it all falls down. I'm telling you, oh, it all falls down. When it all falls down. I'm telling you, oh, it all falls down. Women, I promise, she's so self-conscious. She has no idea what she's doing in college. That major that she majored in don't make no money, but she won't drop out. Her parents will look at her funny. Now, tell me that ain't insecure. The concept of school seems so secure. Sophomore, 3 years, ain't picked a career. She like, fuck it, I'll just stay down, her and do hair. Cause that's enough money to buy her a few pairs of new airs. Cause her baby daddy don't really care. She's so precious with the peer pressure. Couldn't afford a car, so she named her daughter Alexis. She had hair so long that it looked like weave. Then she cut it all off, now she looked like Eve. And she be dealing with some issues that you can't believe. Single black female addicted to retail. Oh, when it all falls down. And when it falls down, who'd you gonna call now? When it all falls, and when it all falls down. Oh, when it all, man, I promise I'm so self-conscious. That's why you always see me with at least one of my watches. Rollies and posters and drove me crazy. I can't even pronounce nothing past that Versace. Then I spent $400 on this, just to be like, nigga, you ain't up on this. And I can't even go to the grocery store without someone's ass clean and a shirt with a team. It seemed living the American dream, but the people highest up got the lowest self-esteem. The prettiest people do the ugliest things for the road to riches and diamond rings. We shine because they hate us, flaws cause they degrade us. We tryna buy back our 40 acres. And for that paper, look how low we'll stoop. Even if you in a bed, you still a nigga in a coop. When it all, come on, falls down. And when it falls down, who you gon' call now? And when it all falls down, I say fuck the police, that's how I treat them. We buy way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. We buy a lot of clothes, but we don't really need them. Things we buy to cover up what's inside. Cause they made us hate ourselves and love they wealth. That's why shorty's hollering with a baller's at. Drug dealer by Jordans, crackhead by crack, and a white man get paid off of all of it. But I ain't even gon' act holier than that. Cause fuck it, I went to Jacob with 25 that before I had a house, and I do it again. Cause I wanna be a 106 in Park pushing a bin. Wanna act prolific like it's all terrific. I got a couple past due bills, I won't get specific. I got a problem with spending it before I get it. We all subconscious, I'm just the first to admit it. Yeah, come on, come on. It all falls down. And when it falls down, who's you gon' call now? And when it all falls down, when it all falls down, we gon' set this party on fire. It all falls down, we gon' set this party on fire. Shot down, we gon' show 'em how we get down. Shot down, we gon' show 'em how we get down. Get down, I'm telling you all. Oh, when it all falls down. I'm telling you all that all falls down.
Us can't keep working like this. This grave shift is like a slave ship.
She'll only come out at nights, the lean and hungry type. Nothing is new, I've seen her here before. Watching her waiting, wish she's sitting with you, but her eyes are on the door.
I won't take no for an answer.
So many are paid to see what you think you'll get it for free. The woman is wild, she can't tame by the pervert jaguar. Money's a matter. If you're in it for love, you ain't gonna get too far.
Right?
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Oh, here she comes.
to experience my best work ever. I'm very proud of it.
Oh, here she comes, watch out boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes, watch out, she's a man eater. Oh, here she comes, she's a man eater. Ooh, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes, she's a man eater. Oh, here she comes, watch out, she'll only come out at night. Ooh, oh, here she comes, she's a man eater.
It's been a while since I did something like this.
Okay, there's our problem. Hello, hello, hello. I should be up and running right about now. There we are. How are we all tonight? It's gonna be another one of these streams where I start off with no one here and I'll just roll into it. But I did say I was gonna start earlier today, but I got caught up with some busy work, if you will. Making content for you guys, getting some rough, raw footage set up. Your boy is installing a new audio system in his car that he is transferring from his old girl into the new girl. And I'd say it's coming out pretty well. If you don't know what I'm doing, Volvo had a long-standing business partnership with Dynaudio, a Danish audio system company. And my old C30 had a Dynaudio setup in it. And I'm hooking up the old loudspeakers, and I'm going to be retrofitting the Dynaudio ones into the current C30, which is a base model. On top of that, I also removed the rear seats, because I'm intending to make a cargo space, which I will show you not only how to remove the rear seats, but I'll show you the blueprinting cargo space, because I know that Michael Hollick, aka My Name Ideas Were Taken, one of the premiers of the C30 community and of the P1 community, outright, if not one of the standing premiers of the Volvo community, not the standing one. He's got some stiff competition with Robert DIY and a bunch of other guys, but he had, for a short stint in his C30, which he dubbed Bell, his current iteration, which I would say is a bang-up job of a C30 he uses as a workhorse. He had a cargo storage for the rear compartment, and I'm intending to replicate that, because I don't want to go as far as he did with a completely gutted car. I would prefer having something nice-ish. I've grown out of that phase, but I do also want to have a cargo storage area. I don't intend to have people in the backseat. Despite the backseats being spacious enough, I know what people are. They overestimate their own size, and they want to have the room of a saloon car. So it's going to be a two-door shooting brake is what I'm trying to build her into. I also have a video up on how to install a crossbar for the rear, because it's just a good modification to have for these cars in general. And it's not a hard process. But what I did is I really actually also installed a amplifier into the rear, a Dynaudio amplifier of the old C30. And I have installed two of the two of the 6 loudspeakers. But the thing is, these are the semi-easy ones, kind of a trick hit to get there. But when you get there, they're just bolt-ins. The ones on the door cards are riveted in, so I have to drill those out, and then I have to install some new bolts to where they're going to be to where the old ones would sit. So that's going to be a bit fun to do. But I'll make a video on it. There's an old video by a guy called Fix It Dad who did it for a V70, and what he did is he basically put the nut and duct taped it to the back of the door panel, and then he bolted it in, as opposed to riveting in, or just, tack welding in, or fucking hell, just adhesiving it to the door. Personally, I'm going to do what he did, but go the inverse, where I'm going to put the bolt through with the tape, and I'm going to stick the nut on there so I can just have a nice little grounding point. I feel like that's a better idea and a lot more logical than what he did. Nothing against him, just kind of what he did is not really my forte of how to go about things. We are also, but on top of that, I've done some other work on it. I'm also getting the engine ready for the rebuild. That will be a hand cam project. I believe my first video for hand cam should be me doing a T5 motor, rebuilding, refurbishing it over time. That is something I would like to get into. She's fully stripped down. I'm going to start working on the cylinder head soon just to get it cleaned and polished. I want to make sure I have everything ready to go. I'll show you how to measure and do some basic things. It's kind of a learning process for me too. It's a test motor for me to do stuff. To do this type of thing. But I suppose it'd be a good time. I also have done quite a few things with recording. I mean, for me personally, I'm just working with a GoPro in my car, and I have to avoid my face and any reflective surfaces despite being masked up. I'm like, I don't want to have my face out there. I'm I got $1 million face, and I'm not giving that shit out for free. And I want to just I want to get it done. Also, I'm a bit embarrassed with the car right now. It's not really that clean. I bought it used, so I need to vacuum and polish it up and make it spiffy, but it's a working project. I guess I feel like getting the hard shit out the way. Do that. I can start polishing her up and cleaning her up, and she'll look great. I'm also going to show you a DIY that I learned from Michael Hollick. How to basically cut out and mill a panel for a fuel pump access. Because to drop a fuel pump out of a P1 Volvo, you got to drop the whole damn fuel tank, which means removing the subframe and getting access to it. It's a pain in the ass of a job. Ideally, if I can just cut a hole open into where the back seats were, where the panel is, and I can just build a makeshift panel that I can take off and on, or even a hinged panel I can flip up and remove the fuel pump. To me, that's a blessing. And I feel like anyone else with a P1 Volvo should do this. I've just been having a ball doing it. Yeah, I'm unemployed, so everything's gotta be done on the cheap and men, but we ball. That's how it is. If I did have a job currently, I'd be saving up for more VTubing avatar equipment and some other stuff with the cars, but that's not what we're doing. And because of course I invest a lot of my money too, so I'm very stingy with how I operate things. Basically, I take hours to even sometimes like pull the trigger on like basic things that your average person would just casually throw into the wind. Caleb Hammer would call me way too stingy. Like, I take what I can, I invest what I can, I spend as little as possible, and I eat as little as possible to corroborate with this. Like, basically, I min-max my life, but to keep myself in the best physical shape as possible. And I think, personally, we should, I want to just show people kind of how I go about my way of taking apart things. And especially, it can be a good guide, but also some people can do things better than I did. Another modification I want to do for the car is when I learned from Moose Droppings, Joel, who's also done the most comprehensive guide so far on the T5 motor rebuild. I hopefully will be able to surpass him with mine, but I won't say it until it does. Until I can make this happen. But I'm intending to do what he did and install a Lenovo screen tablet into the center console waterfall and fabricate that in there and hook that up to the Bluetooth setting, because I feel personally that I would like to have that as my gauge cluster. My primary gauge cluster. That's what I want to have it to be. I'll have all my gauges on there, like, except for the boost gauge. I would like to have the boost gauge up to my left in front of me, but like for oil pressure, water temp, voltage, everything, it'll all be on there. And I can customize it through the app, because I also have changed over all the I'm changing over all the lighting in my car, and I'll show you a guide how to do it. I'm changing all the lighting in my car with red LED bulbs, not because it's Vogue or a red light district or it's chic. It's because I have very sensitive eyes. For Christ's sake, I'm a lynx, right? I'm a lynx, and I got very sensitive eyes, and I like operating at night. And to help me adjust to the night, I use red lighting and red lenses on my prescription glasses. I use red lenses. I have trouble with light. I don't like very bright spaces. I like to be prepared for night operation, because I do a lot of things into the dark, especially during the wintertime. And I like to have my eyes adjusted for darker surroundings, and I'm able just to have better view at night. It doesn't take me as long to adjust. I'm prepared for it. So what I'll be showing is a lot of things of how to modify this and that, but there's some things I'll be doing off camera, like learning how to tap in and properly change the lighting over on the gauge cluster, because those are LED bulbs tapped into the circuit. I need to figure out how to do that, and that's going to be a little bit fun. It's not really hard of the concept, it's just the technique of doing it. That's going to be a bit of a challenge to do. But, if I do it in it well enough, I got a red LED gauge cluster, and I'll have all the turbo gauge in the middle, and I'll have a complete music playlist and everything set up in the dead center. It'll be... Eventually, I can just bring the car I'll be putting in my art and possibly my background to life. My rapid response C30. I don't know her name yet. I have not named her, nor have I decided, do I want to name the engines and give them the different names, or do I name the car outright? Because, remember, I got multiple engines. And I feel like each one has their own arbitrary to the soul, and it'd be weird arbitration to a soul, and I feel like I would be remiss to not name them individually. However, you typically want to name a car in whole, and, I feel like I should get some art done of the C30 as a personified personified, anthropomorphized in the sense of it's a human, right? Because my idea is that, once again, I like talking to my cars. I like to just kind of, I find solitude working with my vehicles, and I like to talk to them kind of casually, because it just keeps my ornating skills and my conversational skills sharp. I'm a weird like that, but I want to make her into like a little Cortana avatar for myself. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what I'm going to call her, and I have a general idea of the shape because, for Christ's sake, the C30s are very buxom in terms of like automotive design, but I don't want to be completely pornified of the car. I want her to be curvaceous, but very subdued, right? Very tastefully done. I also am getting back on the saddle and writing the Over-Rev retrospective, because that's a series I feel like I really want to talk about. Essentially, I'm getting up and over my own demons. When I say demons, like, I feel a bit more lively now that I'm not on antidepressants anymore. I just stopped taking them, but I feel a bit more lively, I guess. Like, I have a will to do things. I have a will to just live life a bit more, to get going on stuff. No longer just work as a slave and shut my mind down. Because now I'm out of the... Well, I said before, I am out of the job. It's just... I don't feel like I'm working as a slave. I would like to be back at a career doing my career rather than just having a job. I'd rather have a career. But I am taking up more and doing far better. And also, yesterday I had an exam regarding engines in my schooling. And I'd say I did pretty bang up well on it. I don't, like, yes, at home they have online exams for schooling in the trade school program, which, yes, you can cheat. I just try to use my own memory just to, of course, train as much as possible. But sometimes I'll just crack open the textbook and, like, just reconfirm myself and, like, reaffirm, like, did I actually get this right? And then maybe I'll check the answers, but sometimes I just go in guns blazing. I did it this time, guns blazing, just saying, you know what, I know the answers, I'm going to hammer it. I know the equations, I know the formulas, right? The one thing I always liked about math class, or the one thing I always begged my math teacher especially, was like, and I took like college level math, if you don't know, which is like trade school level math, in high school. All my teachers said, why the fuck are you in this class? You should be in advanced. Like, you have the comprehension. I just looked at them, it's like, I don't really want to do... It doesn't per se interest me to do higher fields of education. I know I'll never be accepted in. I know I'll never be wanted there, so therefore I'm just going to stick to what I know. Though I do sometimes like to challenge myself and learn new equations to do, especially with physics. I love challenging myself with physics, because that's very much iterating in my field. And I started taking more of a love to chemistry. Chemistry especially, I love it. But I especially learned through my high school years that the reason why I don't like chemistry, or the reason why I stopped caring about the sciences terribly for a short stint in my life, is because they never actually had us apply actual chemistry or science in high school. It was talking... Kirsha can talk about the DEI thing as much as she wants. She doesn't understand just how bad it got. It was like, finding chemistry how to solve the problem of the Aboriginals, call them whatever the fuck you want. I'm going to say native, just like the most middle of the road bullshit, so I don't get my ass laid in what I really want to say. But find the solution to their water the water purification problems. I'm like, okay, I can explain this through chemistry, but they want me to do a whole social report, and I'm like, I want to use the actual contaminants of the water and explain the chemistry of how it operates and what it's doing within the water and how to purify it. No, it's like me. I have to write a social report about it, like a whole, like, basically not even a social report, like a rallying protest report. I'm like, the solution is not to give millions of dollars to the chiefs, or billions of dollars at this point to the fucking chiefs, and just go into the fucking reservations, lay out basic infrastructure, and say, okay, there you go. We're going to train your people to work on your lands, because I know how uppity you fuckers get, and we're just going to stop giving money to the chiefs. There, natives taught and trained how to do something, they can work on their own fucking lands themselves. I don't give a shit. Quite frankly, I just got sick especially in high school, I especially got sick of doing these reports. I'm like, I just want to learn chemistry. I want to learn bonds. I want to learn different chemical reactions. I want to get my hands on this stuff. Of course, you try getting your hands on this stuff, and the fear is constantly being put on a watch list if you do try fucking, it's not even fucking pyrotechnics or incendiary shit. I'm talking about just, doing basic chemistry. Like, you worry, I'm going to put on, a watch list, because I just want to learn how this metal reacts, how this bond would react here, and I'm just like, I just never really bothered to continue on with it. But I digress. I did learn what I need to, but I feel like I should take it on more and just keep going on with it. You can do online learning and help, add to your subject. So if you do want to go to higher education for learning, university, you can do it. But I'm like, half the professors, the so-called professors, they grade you, they don't even understand the shit either. In fact, they're international, so they don't even comprehend it themselves. And I have to let someone explain to them what I wrote down. I'm like, here's the basic formula, here's what I wrote down. They don't even understand or comprehend it either. I'm like, I don't know what your problem is. I'm literally doing everything by the books. Oh well. I do want to get started on stream. I feel like I just want to do some reactionary slap stream tonight, because what else have we been doing? That seems to be rolling the most clips out. I should be able to do more. Plus, there's a certain Count Dankula video I wanted to watch here. Because as you can tell by my design here, your boy's got a bit of a gloomier mood, a bit of an interesting design with his avatar. Yes, I'm a bit of an emo, if you will, a bit of an edgelord, an edgy boy. And I feel like, to kick off our React stream, we should have something up to par, shall we? And Count Dankula has done a video, very interestingly, called The Iraq Emo Killings. I feel like we're going to have a grand old ball watching this. Now, before we begin watching this video by Count Dankula, The Iraq Emo Killings, I should always say this, and I'm going to say as I always do. Make sure you follow make sure to follow and support the original creator, like, comment, subscribe to their channel, and check them out, because I'm just the one enjoying the content. I'm here to watch with you guys. But as always, check out Count Dankula. He's a really good guy, and I really like his content. Without further ado, here we go.
We all had that phase.
Had, in quotations. I wouldn't say I ever had that phase. I wouldn't even say I've never even got out of that phase either. I'm not a hardcore emo. I'm just fucking moody. That's my problem. But I get mistaken as being emo.
Well, growing up,
AKA, I got the Leon Candy haircut, because it fits my jawline. And then I sit there and just look at myself in the mirror and face mock myself, and I go, I look smack myself and I go, God, I look like such a fag.
One day we discovered a certain genre of music that spoke to us, and in a fit of teen angst, we grabbed our mum's eyeliner and based our entire identities around being cringe. But that's fine, we were young and we didn't know any better. Besides,
I think for me, for my emo phase, I wasn't ever really emo. I did dye my hair raven black. Sort of onyx black. Raven black's is for e-whores. I did onyx black. That was mine. but I'm actually very dark-haired. Like, my hair is really dark IRL. It's brunette, but it's very, very dark naturally. And the problem is, I never actually have to use eyeliner because my eyelashes are very, for a man, are a bit elongated naturally, and they're very dark. So I look like I have eyeliner, and if you mix it with a poor sleep schedule of like a week where I have no sleep, and I get the red under eyes, I have the physical body of Josuke, or no, fuck. I'm gonna say it. I look either like Funny Valentine or Captain Hans Goonch from Hellsing, but if I was to get my clothes on, I look like the fucking Twink Jack. Like, I just look, I don't look hyper masculine. If you just see my face, I actively look like the Twink Jack. It is horrifying. And I feel like I'm still stuck in that phase. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm in my early 20s. Like, this is, when am I gonna grow out of this looking like this? Like, I'm too much of a pretty boy.
Trying to find your niche is an important part of growing up and finding out who we are. The worst that could happen is that we get told to grow up and get a haircut.
Yeah.
Or people would just make fun of us.
I still do.
Which they did.
I still
However,
do.
that wasn't the case everywhere. In the West, if you were an emo, people just pretty much made fun of you.
Fair enough.
But in some of the more, let's just say, conservative parts of the world, the consequences of having such a phase were much, much more severe than, just being a disappointment to your parents. As a result, many young people were in serious trouble. And they're not okay. I promise.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be a lot of that in this video.
Yeah, very, the kids are not okay. Yeah, I mean, the subject matter, I imagine, is going to be something you're going to need a lot of comedy for, because, this is the Middle East. That's enough said. I want to say a lot more, but Lord forbid I get my head fucking cut off. I laugh at this. I laugh, but, yeah, we had some problems. We really got sorted on the Western nations. I'm just gonna say that we got some fucking people like that just that shouldn't, can't, and will not mix into society. Kick them the fuck out.
The Iraq emo killings.
Ooh. Oh no.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get into the video, it is my factual boy, Raid Shadow Legends. The game brings back memories of fantasy nostalgia, something you can...
Really shady. Oh boy. I know this video is a couple years old, but still, if Dang's got codes, we watch this. We watch the advertisement. We watch the program. What type of asshole would I be to skip over your product placement? This is your video. I watched it in full. That being said, though, remember when these things were everywhere? Ray did help people through how many Adpocalypse? I mean, was it the third wave of Adpocalypse they really came about? But did anyone actually fucking play Raid?
take anywhere and play at any time. And for the sponsor, Raid want me to react to one of my old adverts that I did for them so that I can see how much has changed since then. So, here we go. I was so proud of myself for actually finally getting a sponsor on YouTube. Raid were actually my first ever sponsor. Even during the Adpocalypse and everything, Raid were the ones that kept the lights on for bloody everyone. And I'm seeing here...
Truth be told, YouTube, like, not even YouTube history, I mean, that was only a couple years ago. Shit, I mean, to some people that's fucking eons. Oh my god, I'm getting old. But yeah, no, the Adpocalypse, that reign of Adpocalypse, I mean, they all just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And I know people blame PewDiePie for the first apocalypse. It was the fucking articles. Like, to this day, everyone knows the sponsors that so-called preach stuff around YouTube. No, they're not better. We know the fucking credit card companies. We know they do heinous shit. We know they sponsor and support heinous sites. We know what they fucking do. Okay? Do I need to say it? No, I don't want to say it, but we all know what the credit card companies were doing. We all know that the advertisers had no morals and ethics and values, but they want to preach it on to everyone else. You had Elsagate, you had all this other shit going on. But of course, you say no word, and that would get you fucking banned. I still hate it to this day, because the ramifications of kids being stuck on their computers, not on a computer store, on their phones, and the fucking neutered speech you see everywhere, okay? I hate it to this day. It's hopefully becomes less and less. I mean, I shouldn't have been on the internet as young as I was, but I was, and I say a lot of edgy shit because, not even edgy shit, I'm very brazen in what I say, and I don't care about censorship because it's entertaining to people to just see someone put up their full thoughts unfiltered in full. There it is. I call a spade a spade. That's just what I do. But you have, to this day, the self-censorship for words that, like, if you're talking about, like, a major, like, a serious subject. I fucking hate the true crime channels, especially. I find it especially egregious if you're talking about, like, a serious subject or true crime channels. It's like, see, they graped somebody. I'm like, every time, like, we know, do I need to say it? Just take away the G, but, like, they were graping, they're grapers, or the grapes, and all I can think to myself is the fucking Wise Kids You Know sketch, the grapist. And I'm just going back on, sorry, tangent here, but tangent over. I hate the neutered speech, but thanks to Raid, we had some safe edge, or just, not even safe edge, we had some slightly edgy YouTubers that were able to survive and thrive, and they're doing really well to this day still, and they're still running strong, because they get the lights on. Now, some of the sponsors are very sketchy. We had, of course, the established titles. I think some people in my own family fucking fell for that. And like, oh, it's like they understand it was like a joke gift. And I'm like, but there's people who actually believed it was like, oh, you could have this as an actual lordship. It's like, doesn't work like that. Everyone fucking knows it doesn't work like that. Even, like, Dank sold established titles, I believe. It didn't work like that. He knew it didn't work like that. It does not work like that at all. And they went to sell those fake Japanese knives. And then we also know about the BetterHelp, which has made a fucking comeback. I don't know how BetterHelp made a comeback. It's just wild to hear about them again. But, like, you had that, and then you also had a couple other ones, and of course the crypto ones that some people did. Once again, anything with crypto for sponsorships, I think, and I believe Dankula said it too, and a couple other YouTubers I watch have said it too. If it's something like Coinbase or Kraken, then yes, I would take a sponsorship for that. Because it's just the brokerage that you go through on the site. If you're talking about, like, an actual currency, no. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I'm not sending people down the river for a fucking pump and dump scheme. Absolutely no way. Not my morals, not my ethics, not audience, no nothing. I think the best thing to do is, if I wouldn't actually use the product, I don't want to shill it. I know Dank could live up the act for Raid Shadow Legends here. I don't play. I don't play mobile games. I would. I just don't have, like, time to play mobile games. But the thing is, there's nothing really much that interests me. This especially just doesn't interest me. Though I will say, thankfully, they did keep the lights on for a lot of people. And they did give hope during that whole time. And they shelled good money. Where that money came from, I don't know. I don't really want to know. But I think probably the most slept on controversy for advertisers was definitely, was it Dollar Shave Club? Yeah, it was Dollar Shave Club. Oh, fuck. What were they funding again? I know it was something very heinous. They were actually not like, it's politically heinous as some people know. It's like they were funding something fucking heinous. I could not tell you what it was right now, but I knew it was not something good.
As well, this is me filming, like, in my old house at home.
Oh, I remember that studio.
And, like, look at me now. I've got my own studio. I've got staff, if you want to call them that. I also remember how Raid wouldn't let me make jokes about how many of their characters have absolutely massive. But as for physically, I mean, my beard's pretty nice there. I went to the barber a lot more often.
Don't worry, when I get a full live 2D model or 3D model,
Not much has changed.
I'm not flashing my pecs out.
Fatter. This month in Raid,
won't
there
sell
will be
that.
special
I'm not super
events
low.
every single day, including an entirely new event for the summer solstice called the Path of Light. You will be able to explore 3 branching paths to get the rewards that you want the most. On top of that, there's even more.
Also, too, you gotta remember, too, I think it was Raycon, I think was also another big one. Raycon, I mean, just think about this. I mean, Raycon, we make jokes about them. They sold quite well, admittedly. Headphones are a long-term consumable. Have I used them? No. But I will say, Raycon did pretty well for a lot of people too. And if they're still around, I mean, fuck, I would try it. I just don't want to spend the money off the hop. I'm like, I need to know and be willing to try it before shilling it. But like, Raycon just didn't catch my eye. It was too flashy for me personally. But I'm willing to give everything a fair shake. And they're still going around. I still read reviews on them. It's like, is it just like an annoying advert that's out there, or are they actually good? And from what I hear, for their price range, they're not bad. Better comfort than Skull Candies, and I do use Skull Candies because it's cheap. The ones I use don't really have. I use JBLs and Skull Candies, but like the ones I have are just like. I think they're Evo Heshes. What I use, they do okay. They last me like 2 years so far, but like the speaker's starting to give out. I might replace it. I might fix it, but also I don't know. I might go for an upgrade. I don't know. They do well enough. I like to tinker around with my stuff.
Some new champions coming out, and a set of skins for the amazing Trunda Gilt Mallet. They look great, and hopefully I'll be able to get them myself. But there is more. Raid is currently running a special Deliana Chase event where you can get the amazing Deliana, a brand new legendary champion from the High Elves faction, just by logging in. All you have to do is log in and play Raid for 7 days between now and July the 20th, and you will get Deliana for free. Deliana is one of the strongest support champions in the entire game, and she can help carry your team to get past many of Raid's tougher challenges. This is the best time to get started in Raid Shadow Legends, so if you click my link in the description or if you scan the QR code on the screen, you will get a free starter pack worth almost $30. You will get the free epic champion Tyrell, plus 200,000 silver, an energy refill, an XP booster, and an ancient shard, so you can summon an amazing champion as soon as you get into the game. These rewards are only available to new players and only for the next 30 days, and you can find these rewards here in your inbox. And also there is even more. All new players can even enter promo code MyDeliana to get 50 XP brews, which means that you can instantly level Deliana up to the max level of 50, as well as a ton of silver on the side.
My question is with a lot of like these mobile games, whether it be gacha, most mobile games, you have to have a job that you can at least sit in a chair for a while to be playing. That'd be security position. It doesn't always have to be like office work. It could be like security positions too. But like if we're trying on the travel, you're on the move. And like your passenger princess, if you will. I hate that freaking phrase, but you're playing passenger princess. You're in the bitch seat of the work van, and you're being driven around. It's something you'd play, I guess, on the road. I just wish I had a job that I had that time to like fuck around, because I know a lot of people I like to watch or like guys I chat to. They're talking about the gacha polls and they're playing. I'm like, dude, unfortunately, I'm the guy that gets billed out to being like the one who has to be the workhorse, the sledgehammer. I was literally called. I have many shop nicknames. Not all of them are flattering. In fact, none of them are flattering. But I was called Pony Boy because I have a ponytail and I work like a draft horse. I was called Nosferatu because I'm very pale and I'm very tall, so I scare the shit out of people if I come out of like a dark alley. Like, also I move very quietly for my size. Like I'm very much a silent walker. Like no one hears me coming. But like going back to this, what I'm trying to get at is like I wish I had the time just to sit around and fuck around on my tablet between jobs, because that'd be fun to make things a little bit more bearable, but I just keep my laptop open on the markets, and I just watch things go up and down, watch Numby go up, watch number go down. That's it.
At the turn of the millennium, Iraq was actually a fairly decent place to live.
We know this.
You know, by Middle Eastern standards. There was law and order, there was decent nightlife, and despite not having any constitutionally protected rights, gay people and those that lived alternative lifestyles were pretty much left alone as long.
That's the funny thing too. Even underneath Saddam's regime, what I remember, and now before people get all excited or get hyper offended. Okay. First-hand accounts, and I remember this through Generation Kill especially. There is some homosexuality that was permitted underneath Saddam's regime. Remember, even like I get maybe they're conservative by like most standards. Saddam was fairly liberal for the Middle East. I mean, not just besides being a socialist or communist. I hate that, and I hate Saddam, of course, but like his regime was kind of progressive for the modernization of Iraq. I remember in Generation Kill, there was a case where they found a actual homosexual soldier. They had a picture of his boyfriend and him kissing in his wallet. And the soldiers, who typically would make homoerotic jokes, and you know, today people would be squealing about them, they looked at this guy quietly and they just slowly handed him back his wallet and just, they didn't want to like yell it out there because we're not going to ridicule this guy. Like this guy is, he's got some, it's kind of ballsy to do that. I mean, Middle Eastern, especially the jihadists, I'm like, you're not exactly the forte of masculinity by any shape or word. You have to hide all the lack of chin underneath the beard. We know about the goat fucking, come on.
As they kept it to themselves and they stayed out of the more conservative districts and neighbourhoods.
True.
Even though the country
there was
wasn't
hamlets too as well that were far more traditionalist, and not just with I mean, there's many different sects of Islam, and there were still a few small Bedouin hideouts in Iraq too, if I remember correctly. So there were some very, very conservative areas. I mean, you can even find it in Turkey too. There's plenty of conservative, like hyper-conservative villages. I mean, like conservative in the sense of the Middle Eastern sense of conservatism. Like, oh fuck, they're very set in their ways.
Dictatorship that brutally persecuted any dissidents and several ethnic minorities,
Yep.
Saddam Hussein's regime allowed most average Iraqi people to live in relative comfort, as long as they didn't bump into his son. Now, it sounds...
Yeah, Uday is a monster. Best way to describe Uday, because I actually did watch the Dankula video on Uday, and I've actually seen multiple videos, and I've also done some studying on Uday too. Uday is Uday Hussein is that rich kid that you know, or that you would have heard of, in your school district, who could get away with practically fucking murder, or supposedly could have, had ragers, was a jackass, was violent, was just so sociopathic, psychopathic, like to fuck around. Doesn't matter whether man or woman, like boy or girl, you knew what I'm talking about here. Uday's daily routine was to go on and just rape women, and then brutally torture people. I mean, the quote about Uday's torture methods was the day Uday discovered the internet was a dark day for Iraq, because he would spend hours, if not days, just browsing and researching different ways of torture, through historical forms of torture, different ways to torture people at home. I'm not kidding. Like, Uday was just nuts in the head, but he was also hyper. Saddam, maybe as a cover, said to him the reason why he was not going to inherit his regime was that Uday was too fruity. He was too feminine. He cared too much about his vanity, because Uday was very vain. You'll see this with a lot of rich, like, Middle Easterners. I mean, most rich people, but, like, Middle Easterners especially. There's, like, a fucking form of flexing there that's just over the top. You see that snaggletooth Middle Easterner, like, flicking his wrist around with a tacky watch on. I remember in the car sphere, there was that one Middle Eastern TikToker Middle Eastern descent, by the way, who had a used Maserati that was only worth like $12,000. He had like fake Rolex, but he unironically was doing flexing on people who had wrecked their Mustang, or like, hey, I got clipped and I almost died, and then he would just like, Posts like, oh, broke boy, look me flexing for my mother. And no one, by the way, no one who knows anything about like cars gives a shit about Maserati. We know it's like the most depreciable car, not just because it's a luxury car, not just because who buys it when it becomes depreciated, but primarily because even with maintenance, like the most astute maintenance, they're not reliable at all. They are stupidly unreliable. You want to see stealth wealth? Check out someone's got a Polestar. That's stealth wealth. Polestars are, they'll go for like a Lexus. Like, okay, Lexus kind of unfortunately has become more rich boy because like the people want to do stealth wealth, and they made the most easiest brand to go to, the most obnoxious. When I used to work at Volvo, there was guys there who'd come in, you would not know until you like talk to them, and they're like, oh yeah, no, I own like multiple franchises of this one, like multiple supermarket franchise, restaurant franchises, and then just like you just stuck, like dumbstruck, and they're driving a Polestar trim Volvo V90, like just all black, nothing flashy on it. I sit inside their car, and it just smells new car smell clean, and it's not even like a brand new car; it's like a year or two old, but like it's very well maintained. I've seen stealth wealth like you wouldn't believe. And simultaneously too, I'm like, I don't try to flex, I'm very much aloof. I mentioned before, I only like spend like $80 on an outfit, and I look like I've been asked if it's been like a couple $100 for an outfit. It's like, no, it's like $80, I buy everything on clearance sale. I'm not a wealthy guy, I just try to dress a little bit more dapper. I'm very kind of like a dandy man, if you will. But like Uday, going back to Uday though, Uday was, oh boy, he was vain. But you know, Tassan said he was very vain and he was very fruity. That's why he didn't want him to hold his empire, to inherit the empire of Iraq, if you can call it that. But I guess maybe the actual reason was even Saddam recognized that like Uday was a fucking monster. Not to say his brother was an angel or saint. They were all fucking monsters. This is Saddam Hussein we're talking about here. But Uday was a beast entirely. He was something else. The devil incarnate, if you will. Lucifer would love to see him down there with Henry Kissinger, and they'd be probably playing cards with each other, like with him, Kissinger, and I guess now the Dick Cheney. Just bastards.
Seems unlikely, but this was because despite all of Saddam Hussein's flaws, of which there were a fucking lot, his regime was about as secular as the Muslim world gets. True. However, there was just one problem. Iraq had oil. In 2003, the US invaded and threw everything into...
It's so Kino, bros. The 03 Iraq War. Any Iraq veterans who do see this video, I'm not shitting on you. I actually like you guys. I don't believe the whole fucking war for oil, like being the sole cause. We all know there's a lot of fuckery going involved. I have no ill will towards you guys, if at all. I just don't like globalism personally. I don't like being the world police either. I don't like the states being the world police. I feel like the states should be very isolationist. But we all know that this was a farce.
Chaos. The weapons of mass destruction were never found because there was never any in the first place. The entire country became a war zone, and Saddam was ousted and hanged. And the US did such a great job of spreading freedom to the Iraqi people that the power vacuum was filled by a Shiite Muslim government, so named because their behaviour was fucking shite. The new regime was much, much more conservative than Saddam was, and the foundations of decay were immediately apparent. Before long, it was horribly clear that all the invasion really achieved was bringing Sharia law to Iraq. And
where do we sit now? We got caliphates in the west, and, I'm just gonna say it outright. There's work to be done. And I find it funny, especially because, like, I can go on Twitter and you can do with, like, a lot of, the VTubing sphere especially, you can see, like, a lot of, like, very far left-leaning VTubers. And if they, like, support Mamdani or they had any support for Ilhan Omar, like, they may not just talk about them outright, but, like, they'll just, like, try to spit on even people who are like, hey, we don't want London to be more of a caliphate. We want to like take back London or just outright England as a whole. And you get people who like, oh, that's not very progressive of you. That's not very progressive. And they'll make excuses and they'll say, oh, how, these Nazis and whatever. And just, the thing is, I love when feminists kind of support Sharia law because it's kind of like, the things you fetishize about in The Handmaid's Tale? Well, you're voting for it right now. The misogynist pigs are the ones that allow you to actually express yourselves in the sense that you can kind of wear kind of what you want. Like, we may find it trashy, but there's no fucking law against that. You can't dress like a whore. You're actively voting for Sharia law, which is going to wrap you up, or else you'll get stoned to death or raped to death, depending on which day of the month they feel like, which way they swing on that day of the month.
With Sharia law came brutal violence against anyone that the Islamic fundamentalists did not like. But what does all of this have to do with emos? Well,
what does it have
the
to do?
war on terror lay...
Now remember, the war on terror also brought in a lot of influence too, because when the Bush government tried to instill their freedom, not to say Iraq already had modernization, but it really kind of brought in some modernization for the shorthand. And parts of the Arabic world did have access to, the Middle East especially, had access and was slowly starting to develop some internet infrastructure around that time too. Christ's sake, Bin Laden had CSGO. Had Counter-Strike on his computer. He had pirated Disney movies, had Counter-Strike, he had anime and stuff. Like, I know we like to joke about Bin Laden's computer, but like, dude actively had games on there. Bin Laden had access to, the internet. So a lot of just like average Iraq, like your average, some in the more developed parts of the Middle East would have access to the internet, and then just average young like youth, because especially they would be walking into that technology more openly than of course their parents would. So influence, of course, and if you don't, I'm making a video right now on the Iraqi taxi of Iraq, and if you didn't know this, despite a lot of the infidel hate, there are parts of the Middle East that do actually consider American products as luxury. At the time, too, Iraq wanted to buy the Malibu as taxis because it was considered a American luxury. And while being the cheapest one they could get their hands on for a fleet vehicle, they were considered Cadillacs to them. So, if you will, influence of American and Western pop culture would come in, and what was bigger in the 2000s, we might have been riding high in the early 2000s in terms of economic strength, but we all know there was a bubble that we were sitting on of false lies, and that was the housing crisis, and not to mention the auto industry going bankrupt, and a plethora of other things. The whole recession of 2008 was coming down the pipeline, but the 2000s was rife with like the youth kind of like, hey, we're not making money as much as we should be, but supposedly the economy's great. You can't see this nowadays. You see it 2020 and the lies that were sold under Biden, and then now kind of underneath the Trump administration. Don't think I'm a complete Trumper. Don't think I completely support Trump. It is a lot of lies and bullshit, but it's on both ends of the spectrum. It's globalist bullshit. But that's kind of what made the whole rebellious emo phase come around for, like, I guess you could say 15-year-olds got into the emo phase. It was like, it's youth punk rebellious music. But you can see emos even at the time in their 20s. Because, like, it was like, yeah, we are kind of grown up. That's the only way we can really let our hair down and kind of like express our anger and fury towards, hey, we're being kind of fucked around. Like that was a way to channel things through, kind of.
Ways to almost every Middle Eastern country except for the one that Osama bin Laden was actually hiding in. Funny that was all one thing, but undoubtedly, the worst consequence of 9/11 for the Middle East and, in my opinion, for the rest of the world was undoubtedly because it inspired a man called Gerard Way to start a little band that you might have heard of called My Chemical Romance. Now,
so 9/11 created the largest tragedy, the fucking emo scene. Oh, guys. You know what? since we are going back in the recession phase, okay, I mean, we've been in a recession since 2020. Fuck that. We've been in a recession since 2020. You saw I guess it was kind of done and over with because like people try to like commodify it with like a more service level one on TikTok and stuff. And of course, make it safe and edgy, safe edge. You saw with the goth girls that were like, of course, it's goth, but the most marketable, if not pornified aesthetic. It's not classic goth. I mean, do they even know Bathouse? Like, if you don't even know the most basic bitch, like, classic goth song of Bela Lugosi's Dead, then don't talk to me, right? And with them and the emos, too, it's like, yeah, you just put on, like, My Chemical Romance. Like, come on. Do something better than that. Get some fucking better scene music. Get some scene. Don't just go with the emo. Go scene. Like, that's what I'm kind of looking forward to with the kind of those how things are right now. Because, like, it's kind of like the things that I would consider cringe or kind of hid away from people. It's kind of coming back, but it's also you want to make sure it doesn't get, like, flanderized, right?
I'm not saying that George Bush inadvertently started the emo
George
craze.
Bush caused the emo scene.
Is there anything more emo than a country doing a little bit of self-harm? But anyway, the point is that in the years after, George Bush's little spring clean, emo subculture began to become popular in Iraq around 2011. It was quickly decided that such a life...
for us, was like the ironic age of emo. I mean, I was a wee lad then, but like that was the ironic age of emo at that point. And that was like when it was a joke, like a massive fucking joke. But to them, that was like the hot shit for them. Because kind of remember too, the Middle East is like, in terms of pop culture and editing and what they do, they were kind of years behind because of the hyper restrictive governments and, by religious order. You weren't, things were harder and were more, what was more mainstream to us would be, or even cringe to us would be rebellious to them. You gotta remember, a lot of those Iraqi drift videos started because they were inspired by the 90s drift scene of the Japanese and, I suppose, if you will, the Americans, when the Americans discovered the Japanese drift scene and started making their own edit videos. That's where the Saudi Arabians start doing their Saudi drift videos, which is a whole nother topic. It's something I'd like to make a video on outright because that's a whole subject. Infamously, of course, what I loved about the Saudis too is that they made their videos very 2000s-esque. They were shot on like older camcorders or old video recorders, and they weren't exactly great quality. They were like 144p on like for best quality what you could get, but I'm just saying, there's a certain charm to it too. They don't do a lot of things right. They do a lot of things cringy, a lot of things overblown. But like the one thing that the Saudis did was the drift scene. Their little drift scene, if you will, if you want to call it. It really was just a bunch of cars doing Scandinavian flicks because a lot of them are front-wheel drive, and they're doing handbrake pulls or Scandi flicks, at high speeds. But honestly, you had early like demo or free versions of Sony Vegas Pro editing scenes with like 2000s house music. My favorite one is the House Boys. It's Gonna Be Me. House Boys is like a Saudi local remix group that would do like DJ music of pop songs, and infamously that music was used over a drift edit by a guy who, because remember, to avoid being hunted down, because they would actively be executed for doing these traffic violations. That was a thing when people don't realize about the Saudi drift scene. But they went by different names, and the most famous one would be Hitler Crash Bandicoot Drift, and that was the one that Sam Hyde covered on the on his was it New Pill? I believe at the time it was the New Pill. Either way, absolute cinema. It is so like it's not good. It was not edited properly. But, like there's such a charm to it, and like. You can't replicate that. You can try to just like the emo scene or like the let's bring back the things were back in the 2000s. Like let's try to relive it. No, you can't bring it back. It's not authentic. It's just you're flanderizing and trying to sell it as commodifying. It's like how 80s nostalgia. It's like 90s nostalgia. And now it's gonna be 2000s nostalgia. You can't replicate that. You cannot replicate that specific scene. But shit, it was a time to be alive. Even my fucking parents knew about it. My dad My dad, through his work, would then show it to my mom, and he knew about the Saudi drift scene, how the wild antics they do, and of course the crashes, because of course, what's a drift scene without what's a Middle Eastern video shot on 144p without a couple gory deaths, right? That was the Saudi drift scene. But it was a time to be alive and something to behold. Truly, it was like National Geographic in the auto world. It was fucking wild.
Style was absolutely haram, with one Shiite leader calling it crazy and stupid. It also didn't help that the emo subculture was seen as a Western invention, which provoked a lot of xenophobia. Many fundamentalist clerics cried out, "Teenagers scare the living shit out of me." I told you there was going to be a lot of these. And the emos found themselves getting targeted with a vengeance. In March of 2012, several emos found notices posted on their doors, and these notices read, "In the name of..."
They did the Catholic over the Protestant thing. Jesus Christ. They actually did that. Oh, no. This is old school, like, religious testament of hate. Oh, fuck. Here we go.
"God, the compassionate, the merciful, we warn every male and female in the strongest terms to stop their dirty deeds in 4 days before the wrath of God strikes them through the hands of the Mujahideen." Basically.
Mujahideen? Oh, no. No fucking way. Okay. I feel like not many of you are not going to be able to know this, but there's like any Zoomer or like Gen Alpha comes in here and scratches the head of why I'm laughing. The Mujahideen were Saddam's, like, there was the Iraq army and there was the Mujahideen. They were Saddam's Schutzstaffel, to say the least. Or they were his NVK or KGB, depending on what you were, however you want to splice it. They were his death squads. Great in number, and I say great in number because there was plenty of them, of course. Like they like to train multiple elite soldiers over a long period of time. That very militaristic, isolationist country. They're going to have that, but the Mujahideen had large numbers. In the automotive field where I worked, there was a refugee who legally defected. He was former Mujahideen. Older guy, smart with cars, but like, no, he was former Mujahideen, and he only briefly mentioned it. He's like, no, I still have my old patch and everything. I was former Mujahideen. I fled during the Gulf War. I fled. I don't know who he is. I didn't really stick on a first name basis. I just try to keep things off the radar, but like, no, he was Mujahideen. I saw a photo of his patch. It was like, holy fuck, you are the actual thing. But of course, he fled during the Gulf War. Like, he fled before 2003, so. I don't even really worry about him, but like, he kind of like traded evidence, I guess. Kind of like, did he trade? No, he probably didn't. And I don't think he had really much of anything to say. But like, no, they were something else entirely. Then again, of course, it's Iraq's army. You can be as lazy as you want in hand-to-hand combat. When you're dealing against the military-industrial complex that is the United States, you're fucked. So everyone knew like the writing was on the wall. But the Mujahideen are still around to this day, by the way, and much smaller in number. But are they Saddam loyalists anymore? For the most part, they're not, as far as I'm aware of. But they are still radical. They are jihadists. So be wary. Like be like, they will sometimes crop up in like attacks within the Mediterranean area. They might pop their heads up about every so often. They are still fundamentalists. So beware.
Basically, emos were being threatened.
I fucking hate this. Every time I see this fucking image. Every time I see this image.
By the Mujahideen.
Oh, hell yeah. Welcome to Death Battles.
This video is dedicated to all the brave Mujahideen fighters.
Oh, Christ. Okay. Thanks, Dankula. Also, I know I'm going constantly pausing on tangents. That quip he did, that was an actual paraphrase quip from the end of one of the Rambo movies where they had, it was one of the movies made in the 80s. I couldn't tell you, I forget which one it was. Where Rambo is pushing back the Soviets in Afghanistan. And at the end quip, because they use actual actors and some and some of the equipment used, and so some of the extras were actual were fundamentalist soldiers that the CIA helped fund, and that the U.S. trained, and to fight the Soviets. And that little group was called the Taliban, and they were featured in the movie. And if you want to know something funny, there's an end card credit that says this video was dedicated to the brave Taliban fighters. The brave Taliban freedom fighters. That's my fucking... I still love parodying and paraphrasing that end card because it's just the absurdity in hindsight. It's just, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Cold War geopolitics is something funny. It's just wild. It's funny sometimes.
Similar posters were also put up on the walls of cafes, street corners, and even in schools around Baghdad.
Oh,
and
no.
The posters basically said, Habibi, Habibi, you better find better music and improve your relationship with your father, or we're going to fucking kill you. Inshallah.
Well, I am finished.
They put up pamphlets in schools openly threatening to murder school children. Like,
that, okay.
I don't even have a joke for that.
That's actually fucked up. That is truly fucked up. Then again, jihadist fundamentalists, they we know where they like to go pick up their kidnapping victims, and well, it's never really a kidnapping or hostage taking in the end, is it really? Also on the whole Nigerian thing right now too, like the whole Christian, I mean, it's going on for how long too? It just, thankfully, I mean, yeah, as cringy as to say celebrities put things out there, but like, fucking hell, Nicki Minaj at least did something. Has done something decent enough, and yeah, I spit on Trump. Actually, I was a Trumper. No, I was manga when I was younger as like a joke, and I kind of became manga. I'm far more right than manga, but like nowadays I'm far more right than manga. But I will say, like the Boers, I'm very appreciative of Trump being the one on the stage just with Nicki to fucking say like, hey, there's an actual genocide going on right now. Like we had this, there was massacres dating back to 2008 when they had the whole Occupy Wall Street fucking protest. And it became hyper divided because, of course, it's a socialist protest, and we're gonna make things racial, and Marxist protest, and all that. It was kind of like a weird entrapment and infiltration, if you will. But it was from the beginning. It was a shit show. One of the Occupy international protests that people try to gloss over was, hey, in parts of Central Africa, including Nigeria at the time too, there was Christian genocide and massacre going on. In fact, there was a slaughter of over 50 of them at one point, like a single incident. 53 were killed, massacred, beheaded, and on camera. So you tell me, like, jihadists are fucked up regardless, but they will go after, they especially go after the weak, especially that sends the most in the Middle East. Brutality is currency, and I don't think a lot of soldiers understand this too. Or I mean, actually, no, soldiers do understand this, but a lot of like your hurrah or let's give our money to Israel boomers don't understand this shit. You can't fight brutality with brutality sometimes, because to them they will just try to one up you. It's savagery, and you do something savage, they'll do something to one up you, and it'll be like a constant stack of dominoes, and like trying to do scare tactics. Like nothing disturbs them. That's how fucking like savage they are. And not like the funny haha goes bro savage so hard, bro. No, they're fucking like demented. essentially you have to clean house. You have to do clean house. And cleaning house is hard, but like, I'm just saying, flamethrowers do the job well for caves, so, let's just bring it back into the arsenal. You know what I'm saying?
It's just fucked. The absurd cruelty of such an idea was not lost on the emos, who were very quick to point out that the instructions to go back to the path of righteousness were very vague and subjective at best.
True.
And that they would still look different from everyone else, even if they did cut their hair. It also didn't help that the definition of emo, as the Shiites understood it, was so broad that it didn't really matter whether the victims were actually emos or not. Yeah. Like, young women with tattoos were targeted for imitating.
Short hair. Okay, well, in the Middle East, she's not wearing a headdress or any covering, so she would be considered, like, huddle around. This would be considered whore behavior in the Middle East. But I love androgynous women. I love the androgynous look. I will admit that always. I love the androgynous look. And I love this style here. It's very modest, yes. But I love this style. She's got rose-tinted shades, and I can see it even through that. She's got rose. I think I got something similar to those in rose-tinted shades. Once again, my prescription shades are rose-tinted. I wear something similar to this. If this is a woman, I love that hairstyle. I'm pretty sure it is a woman, but like, I love androgynous women. Love the hairstyle. I love that outfit. I love that, especially the military jacket here. I wear my collars pop too out of actual use, because I use it to protect my neck. And I'm pretty sure she's doing that too, because yes, it's both stylistic, but also pop collars are great for keeping, I guess, chamal dust off your neck. But look at this. I love her jacket. It even has the oh man, I can't remember what these are called. Like this looks like an old military jacket. I love the style. I love it.
Men, effeminate-looking men, and guys with long.
Yeah, what's wrong with effeminate-looking men? Like, I get the whole femboy thing here is fucking annoying, and people just try to ignore us now. I mean, it goes fucking further, but I'm saving that so I don't get my ass shit canned. But just once again, Bowie. I love David Bowie. Bowie cross-dressed. Bowie went through many styles. Bowie had constant changes of his appearance. Some people remember his Spiders from Mars bit. People remember the Thin White Duke when he played as a proto-fascist. I love that. Or neo-fascist, if you will. I love the Thin White Duke era Bowie, but I also love his later stage Bowie. That's right. Yeah, he did his crossing Bowie. Hey, that's pretty good too. Personally, though, I like his late stage when it was like a mix between more androgynous or like unconventionally male, but it's Bowie. It is David Bowie. He may not be the peak of physical physique, but he is like a man of talent, a man of focus, a man of drive and artistic, like he's a well of knowledge and well of artistic like creativity. Like what am I saying? It's Bowie, right? I'm just saying too, like I'm fine with guys dressing a bit more feminine or doing feminine like styling, if you will. I mean to them, I mean to anything. Like if you had long hair, you were feminine. Like that's what the Shiites went by. But like, fuck.
Hair were targeted for looking like women. I know what you mean. And and pretty much anyone who was in a metal band or with non-traditional piercings, they were also persecuted for being a bit too edgy.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's so stupid. It's such nonsense, person. It's just bullshit and nonsense. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. The very far right-wing guy believes you should express yourself. Guess what? That means even an expression that you don't like hearing is something I feel like you should be able to do, but it's not free from critique, but it's not free to be completely bashed upon either. Surprise. I used to be very libertarian. But even that last bit with like the metal band. Isn't there like, I get it's a joke band, but like isn't there a metalcore band that is a bunch of Ned Flanders cosplayers? The Howdly Doodlies? Yeah. They're a literal, not even metalcore, they are a screamcore band of Ned Flanders cosplayers. I get it's a joke, but like, they're good. But like, I guess a little too edgy for those for the I guess it's too far to have long hair and play a guitar. It's too far for them over there. But goat fucking and beheading and massacring of children, that's fucking fine. Christ.
Something. The nature of the attacks even got to the point where simply wearing black clothes was enough to make someone feel unsafe. As one emo teen...
Don't a lot of the jihadists, if not like just fundamentalists or even just basic Shiites, don't they wear a lot of black robes and turbans, typically? Am I correct in that regard? Because like, or even just like headwear, because black can, absorb heat, but it can also disperse it evenly, right? They can wear white, yes, but they also wear, like, sometimes they wear black, depending on which. Weren't, like, most of the old Kafirs and generals, sorry, not in general, like, just Kafirs and old jihadist generals of old, weren't they also known to don black for warfare or their pursuits? I know Salahuddin is often depicted wearing black turbans, like, whether it's not Shiite or not, but like, you follow my gist here, right? I don't even get that either. You're wearing black clothes, you must be emo. Have you seen what Germans do? Well, actually, no, like, what am I saying? I'm talking about like a civilized society compared to this shit show. No, that's not gonna work. But like, you could be executed for wearing what, like a black sweatshirt? Or like a black long sleeve shirt? That's like my entire wardrobe. I just wear black turtlenecks. They're cozy.
Teenager put it, and I quote, "Personally, I'm having trouble with the idea of altering the way I dress or cutting my hair to avoid becoming a target. I don't understand this hatred against us. We're not doing anything wrong. We don't share the spirit of emos in other countries who are often solitary, depressed,
like,
and
there's not much to say about the Middle Eastern emos, or especially the Iraqi emos. I mean, how much the scene was even documented before that time, but like, from what I'm gathering from the few photos you shared, they're nothing. Like, they're nothing like our emos. Like, to me, they look like... Some of the emos just look like guys who you'd see in Kraftwerk. Or would be, like, the furthest it would go is, like, they would look like they would be in Mark Morrison's Return of the Mac music video, like as a backdrop extra. Like, that's emo to them. This isn't, like, our emo with, like, that was borderline scene also, where it had like foxtails and cut jeans and really like absurd or offensive shirts, right? I don't care if you're wearing it, but just like nothing like ours, where like even makeup was just like buck wild.
talk about suicide.
Wasn't there that one video of that one guy dressed like a Pegasus or something, screaming the park of how he scream choring the lyrics to Poland by what was his name? Lil Yachty.
And self-harm. For us, being emo is just about style.
Yeah.
However, arguing semantics with the Mujahideen wouldn't have gotten these people very far, because these demands to conform were very far from just idle threats. Very soon, emos found themselves being confronted in the street.
This is the Mujahideen they're talking about. Like, you have hours at most before they do something. You gotta move quick, boys.
By angry fundamentalists who told them to grow mustaches and start dressing like men, or else.
You can't just grow a mustache in like a minute, right? You can't do that. Like, my facial hair comes in rather quickly. I keep a clean shave, but like, I'm probably gonna stop shaving nowadays. I want to go like the old. I guess I want to change my style up, but like, it takes a long while to grow your facial hair in, like that full, the way they want.
And believe it or not, the emos that were harassed like this were actually the lucky ones, because they were given time to change their ways and to flee to a less fucked up part of the country.
Oh no.
Many of the others had to suffer the consequences of their life choices on the spot. And the consequences were pretty bad. Entire militias were rising up to deal with the emo scourge, and they carried around lists of local emos that referred to the targets as people of Sodom. Many emos that appeared on these lists were just straight up kidnapped or murdered right on the spot. Attacks mostly took place in the capital of Baghdad and in the southern provinces of Iraq, where the Shiite factions were at their strongest. The attacks mostly consisted of emos having their heads bashed in with concrete blocks.
Oh, God. That's horrible. Like, what else can I say? Because you gotta remember, it's not you don't die on the first strike. It's gonna be prolonged. Oh God.
Because, you know, stoning's still a thing over there. And
yeah, I mean, how progressive aren't they? Like they can really blend in with Western society, can't they?
to add a bit of variety to their campaign, the militias also threw emos off the roofs of buildings.
They do that because they thought they were homosexuals. So New York City, all the white girls in New York City cheering about Sharia law and haha, this is so funny, Dad, we're getting back at you. Yeah, well, try kissing your girlfriend in New York City. I'll tell you this much, you're gonna be begging back for people to call you a carpet muncher again, because tell you this much. You got tall skyscrapers there. They ain't short drops and sudden stops. That's a good way down there, ain't it, sister?
Or just simply shot them before dumping their
That was if you're lucky.
bodies into skips, or just leaving the bodies lying out in the middle of the street. Now, that sounds absolutely brutal. But believe it or not, there were several emos that somehow managed to survive such a horrific attack. And then they found themselves being murdered while in the hospital because the militias heard they survived and then went to the hospital to finish the job. In addition to the blatant murders, there were also reports of mysterious suicides, which, well, they are emos, but these were all...
Okay. We can make a fun little joke, little dark haha joke, but we know a suicide with 2 shotgun shells in the back of the skull ain't a suicide. They knew something, or they were just emo.
Obviously, murders that were disguised to look like suicides.
Oh, I'm sure they were disguised really
as if
well.
beating and murdering the emos wasn't enough, the militias also tackled the problem at the source by burning down shops that sold emo clothing and accessories. You know, making Hot Topic that little bit hotter.
My question is, was there a Hot Topic? Was there actual Hot Topics in Iraq? 'Cause I doubt there was like any form of even pseudo parody Hot Topics, right? I don't think that was actually in Iraq, personally. I think they probably went to the bazaar or the very few small established shops. And what were they selling? I don't know. They're probably selling black T-shirts. Maybe they'll sell some cheap aluminum necklace, chained necklace, stuff that you would find on a basic bitch valley girl, not an emo, back in the day, and they consider that emo. Yeah.
What?
Costume jewelry.
Why? Honestly, why do this? Other than just being fucking evil, why
do this? You answer the question with they're fucking fundamentalists. They're jihadists. They're mujahideen. That's all the reason you know. They're not fucking civilized. And they're proud to know that. They're proud of that. They think it's an Allah's light that what they're doing. They're following some sort of teaching or some shit. They're not fucking civilized. And there's no sense of trying to play civilization with a group that will actively kill you.
Did the militias do this?
Why?
The emos aren't exactly a threat, since the only people they pose any real danger to is themselves. I mean, we all know why no one really likes them, but what could possibly justify killing them?
Emo.
Well, it was all because of the second biggest enemy of Islamic extremists, gay people. The emos were accused of being gay.
I kept saying it throughout the video, especially with the Air Iraq. I'm gonna say the Air Iraq jokes I like to make sometimes. When they're throwing off rooftops, they still do that to this day, right? People need to be reminded consistently. Asshole, they are looking to throw you off rooftops. And Kirsha covered this too, about that one, like, lesbian city councilor, I think it was, like, Minneapolis, I want to say, or no, it was part somewhere in Michigan. And the Somalis have taken over. And they're like, how could the local Somalis turn their back on us and cancel our pride parades? I thought they were on our side. It's like, in the Quran, the Torah, basically outside of the King James Bible, anything from King James Bible onward in Christianity doesn't have this in there, but, like, you talking about, like, older Abrahamic religions? If you're an infidel or a goy, it's promote and teach that you can do as you please them. The things you want to do to others of your religion, but you could do it to them. I.e. lie, cheat, steal, rob, rape, kill. The latter two especially, but, like, primarily to infiltrate nations, and of course the Western nations basically cakewalked it in the death of religious, death of Judeo-Christian values. Basically cakewalked in a caliphate replacement, unless we do something to take it over. And of course, it goes down with the communists, especially, because to them, individually, both are useful idiots. But you're going to see this, especially, like, a lot of gay people just don't understand, because, of course, how dare I, the thought of dealing with someone slightly conservative, it's like, hey, you don't like me, and because you also try to force shit down my throat. That's kind of a joke there, too. I don't like you in that sense, but simultaneously, hey, I don't want to see you fucking dead because of a group that also wants me dead. Like, there's some sort of, like, understanding here that, like, they want us dead. We just don't, like, we don't see eye to eye, but, like, we're not gonna kill each other. Why the fuck are you trying to go against me and right people that are gonna kill you? I feel like people forget about this, like, a lot of, like, the more fundamentalists are, like, on nowhere near, like, I don't want to say progressive, like, fuck, but, like, the ones who can't adapt to Western civilization. See, England's a caliphate, essentially, right? Major swaths of England are caliphates. Parts of Europe definitely are caliphates. I'm glad there's some sort of swing about going on, but, like, it needs to be a bit more harsh, right? Before we take the really violent option, just do the boot. They're not in here legally. They're not in here through recognized systems. Give them the boot. That's it. But especially with this, Dank is very much talking about here. They thought they were gay. Anything that isn't a astute form of masculinity is gay. I say that again. If you are not in their eyes, their form of stereotypical masculinity, you are considered homosexual. Right? Doesn't matter if you actually are straight. Doesn't matter if you have a wife, doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend, doesn't matter if you have kids, doesn't matter if you have achievements of masculinity with your belt because you don't have a beard, you're a homosexual. Because you have long hair, you're a homosexual. Simple as.
Which, yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. However, that still does not justify killing them, though. That does not justify killing them. However, on top of that, the emos were also accused of being devil worshippers and Freemasons.
Of course, it's always the Freemasons. It's always them. And the devil worshipper part too. Even the Western music scene, outside of, like, atheists that were emos, I've never seen an emo like band or genre or shirt have the Hail Satan, like anything with doing with Hail Satan on it. Like it just doesn't really seem to be a thing. Yeah, a lot of them could be atheists. A lot of them maybe turned atheists or were emos or turned atheists, whatever. There's also a lot of emos I knew who were still Christian, even like in the most like casual Christian, but they still went to like a very just reformed church, kind of like a new age church, if not really new age church, but like a newer church that's not very traditional. They still pray to God. They still follow the teachings of the Bible. It just never really went in hand. I personally, it's just a form of expression of youth and rebellion. But devil worshiper, I don't see that. It's kind of you can't even compare the 80s. You can't even compare the 80s satanic panic to anything like, to what goes on in the fucking Middle East. It's a joke that we still revere that as like some sort of like big horrific event. It was a nothing burger, and most of the shit was pushed by fucking Democrats anyways.
Emo Freemasons who would influence the youth towards degeneracy and suicide, because when your country has been taken over by barbarians that are stuck in the past, of course the satanic panic is going to come 30 years late.
Fucking called it.
Speaking of Freemasons, some religious officials put their tinfoil hats on and speculated that the emos were actually Mossad agents that were...
Fucking Mossad agents? How the fuck did we go from the Freemasons to the Mossad?
that were tasked with spreading vice and perversion in their society. That's right, emos were working for Mossad. And in addition to all of those, let's be honest, cliched accusations, some of the Shiite fundamentalists...
Did they fucking just go on poll one day and just see someone shit posting and say this is gospel? like going on a bee or poll shit post, like back in the day when I used to be, before it was a honeypot, like it was actually... There was either A, something that was useful, or B, it was an absolute shit post. Did they fucking see that and take it as gospel?
Also believed that emos are members of vampire cults that
oh my God.
suck blood from each other's wrists. I mean...
Listen. Hellsing Ultimate had just came out, right? The full OVA, right? Twilight was out. That was a basic bitch normie thing for any woman out there. Fuck, me with my Volvo, I am essentially giving into Twilight there as Robert Pattinson because he drove one for the movie. Well, okay, the edgy boy VTuber is now considered a Twilight fanboy. I read the follow-up to Twilight, the gender swap Twilight too. I fucking get what the girls were going hopped up about. You remember, Vampire Fever was popular back then in pop culture, whether you want to hear about it or not. And you know what? If they think if they think that me wanting to marry Sarah's Victoria makes me a fucking cultist, then I'll be at the meeting of the gargoyles, okay?
It isn't really hard to see where they got that idea from, but just think of how ridiculous that sounds. In their justification for brutal murder, it went from they are different and I don't like them to they are literally Dracula and work for Mossad. Also...
You must bounce on it. Crazy style. Maybe fart on it a little. That would make me good.
So, killing people who don't follow Sharia law is kind of the fundamentalists' thing.
Yeah, that's their bread and butter right there.
You know, so the militias carried out the emo killings as part of their jihad in order to earn their 72 virgins in heaven.
Of
you
course.
know, killing virgins to attain the virgin. However, I'm not going to lie.
Law of equivalent exchange.
Carrying out a campaign of mass murder to get some girls, simp behaviour.
There you go. Absolute. I may be a chuddy buddy. I may shit on whores. But I ain't gonna kill for a bunch of to sleep with a bunch of virgins. I'm telling you that much. That ain't no way, sister. I prefer my women like my wine, in abundance, 30+ years old, and knows when to keep her mouth shut.
In the wake of the emo killings, reactions were very mixed.
Of course they were.
Not universally condemned, but mixed.
I guess it depends on the
Obviously,
sect of,
there was a massive outcry
Islam.
from the international community and human.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like it's forgotten history, but for a short time, this was actually, you can actually look up old articles on it. This was actually kind of covered. It wasn't like a big thing, because unfortunately, we know more about it and still be told about today, but when you talk about like an emo killing, like it's just like, what? Wah? But no, it's still like a case of like, this was a cultural movement, and you were killing them. Like if this was like, the only way I can think of it is like, if skater punks were having their protests driven through with like, by, you know, if the nation, I would say the Nation of Islam, but that just kind of goes in hand with it. But like I was gonna say, if black supremacists were like to fucking just drive trucks through skater punk concerts or like skate parks, then like, I don't know, it'd be on the same level of like, hey, this is absurd, but also, why the fuck are you doing this to like kids?
Rights groups, with the Dutch government extending its asylum program.
You know, it's kind of funny also the Dutch. It's kind of funny the Dutch also did this, and okay, I guess maybe in this case, actually in this case, the asylum program makes sense because ideally underneath UN law, and then it kind of goes in hand with the whole, I'm not gonna say migrant, they're invaders. Anywhere from the United States to United States, North America, anywhere in Europe too, they're just invaders. Because remember, underneath UN law, you seek refuge in a nation that you're not being persecuted in. The first nation you cross into that's not persecuting you, you are a refugee to that nation. You're a refugee to that nation, and only that nation. Not the breadbasket of every other fucking nation in the world. Of course, we have problems with letting women vote and letting women in politics. So that's kind of let the shit go astray, and it can kind of go the way globalists want it to go. But primarily, though, hear me out. There are some exceptions. Of course, also debates if a nation is going to accept certain groups in, too. It took Russia and the United States for decades to finally say South African Boers are being persecuted in their nations, in their own nation, and are being slaughtered and it's on a genocide route, a racial genocide. There's football stadiums full of radicals demanding and cheering to kill the Boer, kill the white, kill the farmer. It took, for the Western world, it took Trump to sit the fucking president of South Africa down with him in the office. From all the media personality who tried to ask about a bunch of other, dealings that weren't related to the topic at hand, to show him, here's the graves, here's the chants, here's the radicals, here's some live footage of the events, here's some CCTV footage going on. Do you get what I'm saying now? Your country, your parliament throw up a shitstorm. This is what you're doing. I will give credit to the Dutch. This is on par with that. This is on par. Because, well, it's not technically religious or political speech. Actually, could it be considered political? Because it is rebellious against a very hyper traditionalist society. And not in the good sense of traditionalism, it's in the sense of radical traditionalism. There's always a fine balance, am I correct? And in their own society, they are considered refugees. And they'd be considered refugees underneath the political stance because their freedom of expression is being trampled upon. That is considered a human right violation, and therefore they're refugees. And if the Dutch government opened up to them, then that's okay. Right?
Iraqi citizens who were at risk because of state-financed aggressors. On the domestic side, there was...
Unfortunately, that does make it too much of a broad statement.
A lot of approval from fundamentalist religious groups who said that emos should be exterminated. But there was also a degree of condemnation with calls for an official police investigation.
You gotta remember too that there are, I guess, more so of a minority, the ones that can really adapt to Western society. But despite myself saying a lot of shit And I'm not going anywhere, I'm not backtracking on anything I fucking say about the invading caliphates of anything. There are, and I have grown up with sects of Muslim that have been in my nation as long as I have for generations. They were very much a small minority, and because they're the only ones who could really prove that they could adapt to the nation back when, before any refugee or massive crisis or anything, or any like bleeding hearts bullshit happened. And they work in unison with myself. I used to work construction jobs too with my father, or I'd go visit them, get some advice, and I would meet different sects of Muslims. They're very reformed ones, if you will, kind of like how there's different forms of reformed Christian sects or like split-offs. Like on the Anabaptist side, when you find like Amish or Mennonite, like Amish will sound very traditionalist, but if you look at like Mennonites, there's like different very degrees of Mennonites, and a lot of Mennonites, you couldn't even tell they're Mennonites because they're very like set in their way of like modern society. That's what the majority of them are actually nowadays. You can find Muslims that are like that, and I actually grew up with a few, so I recognize there are a minority of which these ones are calling out for defense of these people, of these emos. They're not doing anything wrong. This is barbaric. The rest of the world's marching in a new way. And not everything progressive is great, but like, this is, what's the harm in this? And the way I see it, especially with this one, like if they are taking action, or like the very small sects, despite how small their voices are, this is, I give kudos. Absolutely. Full kudos to that. Good on you.
Into the murders. But unfortunately, the government's response was about as disappointing as you would expect.
Of course, yeah.
Iraq's Interior Ministry...
You gotta remember, this was also... Oh, hey, Derek, yeah. We're doing reaction streams? Yeah, I guess I've only done the one video so far, but we're doing Dankula's video on the Iraqi emo killings, where the Mujahideen killed the emos.
It pretty much denied that the emo killings had even taken place. They said that they didn't have any knowledge whatsoever about any anti-gay or anti-emo killings, and they dismissed all these reports as
sure they did.
Anti-Islamic and anti-government propaganda. However, despite denying any knowledge of the attacks, they did admit that the recent murders could be for, and I quote, revenge or social, criminal, political, or cultural reasons.
Oh, of course.
I mean, they knew.
Yeah.
They fucking knew. They knew exactly why these murders had taken place. And not only did they know, but many people believe that there were cops and government officials who actually took part in the killings while they were disguised as...
Derek, what the fuck? Good. Emo lives matter. Why am I reading this in Napoleon Dynamite's voice? You know what, fuck, I'm gonna do it. Good. Emo life matters so little. Life matters so little, it's also pointless. Oh, look! Well, it is so over, bros. I am finished. Kaboom. I'm sorry. I don't know why that came out as like Napoleon Dynamite, but now thinking of a jihadist Napoleon Dynamite is making me giggle all the more. You get a guy like me with an active imagination, I'll just come up with the weirdest shit.
Civilians. However, the lack of outright endorsement might be somewhat honest, because it is also believed that part of the reason why the government did nothing about the killings was the fact that the militias were just too strong to rein in. Iraq's entire system was still completely upheaved by the American invasion. The government was a delicate house of straw, so the fundamentalists operated with impunity.
Oh, by the way, Derek, if you're not caught up to speed, this was 2011 Iraq. Like, this is 2011 emos in Iraq. Kind of a bit different from Wiggins in Paris, but this was like, these were emos in Iraq, essentially. And Iraqi emos are not like our emos, but like to them, if you know anything about the Middle East, when they try to catch up to like modern pop culture, they're often like half a decade or a decade behind. But like, this was 11. This was 2011. The fucking Dutch government opened up refugee status to Iraqi emos. But when you see Iraqi emos, they don't look like emos. They kind of look like the German like techno scene, or like the very mild German techno scene, like the normie based one. The most you'll see is like a cute Arabian girl dressed with an androgynous haircut and in a military black jacket, which she showed on here on stream. It was like, I thought she looked cute. Where's my hijabi scene girl? Rainbow leopard print hijab. Is that what you want? With the fur lining? Is that what you want? Hold on, that's not, yeah, no, she was cute. Now her face is censored, but you can see she's wearing rose-tinted glasses too, like rose-tinted, kind of similar to the ones I have, the same Oakleys I have, but like an older model. Or knockoff Oakleys, I guess. I mean, it was Iraq in 2011, but like, she was pretty cute. She had like this very short pixie haircut, but like, she was cute. You can make out her features. She was kind of cute, and of course she was dressed modestly, but like, that was considered their emo. That was edgy to them.
Because government officials were afraid of what would happen if they got in the fundamentalist way, which isn't an excuse to do nothing, but you know, especially given recent events.
Now, Derek, I have to ask you something. You know how over here we had the fox and wolf and cattail like clip-ons, or I guess God forbid butt plugs for like emo scenes? Would a Iraqi scene girl or hijabi scene girl, would she wear a goat's tail? Food for thought.
You all know what cops are like. Luckily, there was actually a surprising amount of condemnation from religious officials within Iraq who called the killings un-Islamic acts of terrorism. However, their opposition of the murders didn't mean that they supported the emos' right to exist as they chose. They still agreed that emos are, in their words, a lesion on the Muslim community, and that it was everyone's religious duty to advise young emos and guide them towards a better path. In other words, their stance was pretty much, I'm not going to kill you, but your fatherless behaviour is embarrassing us. Stop it.
Inshallah. That's where that clip comes from. Okay, that's where that clip comes from. So I've seen that be used before.
So speaking out against the killings was the emos themselves. I'm sure you'll be very shocked to hear that. A few of them had refused to take this lying down, and they chose the path of defiance over submitting to the militia's demands. After losing friends, they had pretty much nothing left to lose, and they decided to stand up for who they were, consequences be damned.
But God willing, in the future, I will stick to my clothes.
Like, Derek, look at this. Like, if you can see on screen, the background, the backdrop here, the shoes, the boots, the style. This is considered emo to the Iraqis. Right? I know it's just like you're seeing shoes right now. This dude would just probably wear, like, his hair being this long was considered emo to them, like homosexual. They consider them just homosexual, like emo, right? If he wore a black long sleeve shirt, like a cotton black long sleeve shirt, like I'm wearing right now, he'd be considered emo. Just a plain black like shirt. They considered him an emo.
Will keep my hair long and I will not cut it. Now I was forced to change my clothes.
If you listen to basic bitch metal music or had like a garage band, you were considered emo, and they were considered therefore homosexual to them.
And what will happen? Let them kill me.
While I admire their commitment to freedom of expression, I don't really think...
It's like that scene from Goodfellas when the kid wears a suit and the mom says, you look like a gangster, but he's just in a nice shirt and shoes. Isn't that the same thing that's kind of what's going on, like, in, like, I know it's, like, nothing really, but, like, the younger black youth in the States right now, I'm not talking about in where journalists will cover up, like, calling violent murderers or violent criminals youths, but, like, actual black youths. Isn't the trend now to wear, like, quarter zip shirts? Like, kind of going back to the, if I'm homosexual, why am I having sex with a hijabi singer? Jesus Christ. No, what I was trying to say though is like, you know, like now it's like the quarter zip shirts is like kind of the newest trend for like young black men, and it's like you got a bunch of black women or like not even like black, you just got like your typical ratchet bitches or like ratchet guys going out there saying, oh, like, this is that white people behavior, it's like, this is like a style and trend that's been around long before now. Like, this was, it comes up every so often, but like, you had in the late 2000s, at the death of the bling culture, you had kind of like Kanye wore the pink polo, but like, even then he was kind of just adopting the style of the business casual. But like, early rap, like 80s rap and late 70s, it was the dapper scene, like pork pie hats, not really fedoras, but more so pork pies with like, it was no longer like the flashy disco scene either. It was like straight cut Dockers, suspenders, but like a white shirt, very dapper, dandy man style, right? Which is kind of ubiquitous to any race. You can be like any race, just kind of adapted. It's not really white clothes or black style. It's just a dapper style, if you will. It's kind of like that now, where it's like that's considered like offensive to some people. Like, why are you adopting the white man style? It's like, this isn't like anything fucking racial. This is just guys looking spiffy now. But I guess, when you expect some people, you make a caricature of them that would make the fucking Klansmen blush.
That's the hill to die on. It's not a fashion statement, it's a death wish. Overseas, the international reaction was obviously a mixture of shock and condemnation, especially in the West. However, this unfortunately wasn't the case everywhere. As far as the Middle East is concerned, the emos were pretty much on their own. While they were being murdered en masse in Iraq, life wasn't exactly easy for emos in other Middle Eastern countries. Granted,
when I went to school, I had multiple black students that say Will Smith ain't black. It's all self-defeating mentality. Yeah, crab in the bucket. I will say, I guess people said the same thing about OJ before OJ became OJ. And if you want to be like going by the whole stereotype of the gangster culture stereotype, then he lived up to the stereotype by marrying, then killing a white woman. So I don't know, but but like people, the phrase "I'm not black, I'm OJ." That's something that OJ Simpson said in an interview that is often made fun of still to this day. But it's kind of like people say Will Smith wasn't black, and I mean by skin he is black. Like I don't give a shit. Like he's an actor. He's a guy, right? Once again. OJ in black kills his wife. Shit, he's us after all. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but people. I guess if you don't act a certain way, you're not. I don't like that mentality. Like I'm not gonna talk about family. I'm not gonna talk about anything. Like I don't want to dox anything. But like I've known black men of African, like actual African aristocratic descent. You can see that, like, or they're of middle class wealth. Like, think of like Childish Gambino tried playing the whole black card, and then later in his career, I mean Donald Glover especially, but like, okay, Donald Glover, fucking same guy, but like, what made Childish Gambino so popular amongst ubiquitously everybody? He was nerdcore. He did stuff that references and was making weird, funny jokes and gigs. Like, that's what literally his style was. It was what made him big initially, right? Early Gambino was popular for a reason, because he was just Donald Glover. It was just Gambino. It was not, he's a black rapper. He's not acting thug. He's just a nerdcore guy doing nerdcore things. He had great lines. Like, that's it. Like, I don't explain it. It's just, I don't like, we all know the crab in the bucket mentality. It's just, it's not really important, because the funny thing was that one of the popular like ratchet, I guess you could say, like black women are trying to like, oh, this, you trying to do what the white man wants you to do by dressing all dapper with your quarter zipped jacket, and it's like, sister, you're wearing Saks off 13th clothing and have straight blonde hair that I damn well know is not natural. Like, who are you fooling, sister? And again, too, also, like, on simultaneous, I guess, like, I'm going off topic of the emo thing, but, like, I know people are also shitting on that one cosplayer who did free run, and she's like a black cosplayer. I'm like, I don't know, she's cute, but I'm like, I'm not gonna Boondocks is a hilarious documentary. Boondocks is just National Geographic of the American goat scene. But like, there was that one cosplayer who did free run cosplay recently. And she was black, right? Quite frankly, I don't give a shit. She cosplayed free run. I mean, fucking cosplay who you want. Guy can cosplay as a black guy, doesn't need to do blackface. Girl can cosplay as fucking free run, doesn't need to do whiteface or, pale her skin up. I don't give a shit. I just don't like people who fluff her up just because she's black, and I think it's what annoyed a lot of people, and that's why people started jumping down her throat. It's like, hey, she can do what she wants. She can cosplay a character she wants to do. Granted, it's mainly for money or, for promotion, but hey, whatever. That's just the cosplay scene in general. But the cosplay wasn't bad. I would have preferred if she had the straight hair, like free run. I mean, I think her leaving her afro, which I thought was kind of cute, but I'm like, personally, you're gonna do free run. You're gonna do the twin tails. You have to do that. She didn't. So, but people were making a shit fit of it on either end. And I'm like, I just don't care, right? It's like she did it. It's cute. It's got some things I have critiques about, but I don't give a shit that she's black and did it, right? Simultaneously too, I don't care if a guy cosplays as a black character. Doesn't need to do blackface. Fucking cosplay him all you want, right? If a guy wants to dress up as wants to cosplay as, for example, Samuel L. Jackson in I cosplay a slave and walked around going, I wish I was LeVar Burton and got mixed reception. I just told him I was late stage Michael Jackson disease. What the fuck? I wish I was LeVar Burton. I wish I was LeVar Burton. Where's my iconic slave role, Eric motherfucker? I wish I was LeVar Burton. Fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all. Warp speed, don't rainbow ring me. I'm sorry, I miss Lance. I love Lance Reddick. I miss him.
They don't exactly make it easy for themselves in the West either, but
of course they don't.
You know what I mean. Egyptian conservatives would very often accuse emos of being gay and disciples of Satan, which isn't very creative, but in Saudi Arabia, emos, tomboys, and gay people aren't...
Literal tomboy genocide. In the West, we have tomboy erasure. They have tomboy genocide in the Middle East. When will it end? When will it end?
Even allowed to go to school or university. And emo women have actually been arrested for going to cafes for the alleged crime of disturbing public disorder. In the end, we can't really be certain of how many emos were murdered because of the sketchy nature of the government's response, and there are even some groups that believe it is still happening to this day, just to a much lesser degree than it was before. It also doesn't help that there are hardly any first-hand accounts of the killings, because those that lost friends were simply too scared to speak out. As you would
Hijabi tomboy, I want the Middle East that films like the mommy or games like the Prince of Persia told me to expect. You will never get that, unfortunately. We were sold a lie. I wanted to be the Lawrence of Arabia of the 21st century. Look where I am now. How the mighty have fallen. I wanted to be in a Saudi drift video with a hijabi tomboy driving a Toyota Camry, doing a Scandinavian flick at 120 miles per hour, and then rolling it into the desert sands. Thelma and Louise style death.
expect, the Iraqi government reported much lower figures than official human rights groups did, but it is widely agreed that the vast majority of the victims were young men.
Of course.
In total, it is estimated that between 50 to over 100 emos joined the Black Parade throughout the month that the majority of the killings took place. And with such a kill count under their belts, the emo hunting militias went home and celebrated a job well done with 3 cheers for sweet revenge. Come on,
bastard.
Come on, allow me. I told you there was going to be a lot of these. Okay. On a serious note, I think it is very obvious that the emo killings were an absolute fucking tragedy, which was only made worse by the fact that the victims were mostly just teenagers trying to express themselves.
Exactly.
Murdering people simply for the way they express themselves is barbaric and the signs of a failed society. It doesn't matter how you may feel about it, freedom of expression is their right, and it is one that should be protected for everyone, not just those that align with your morals. Just because their lifestyle is different to everyone else's doesn't mean that they are less deserving of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, they are still cringe.
Thank you! Alright, just like, comment, subscribe to Count Dankula. Fuck. Oh man, that's... it's both depressing and insightful in that video. Jesus. Man. Gonna skip on over to here. And I'm gonna watch another Dankula video because if we're on a roll, I want to watch a different one. I want to watch his video on Prince Philip. Before that, I'm gonna take a little tinkle break because your boy is drinking a gallon of water here, and I shouldn't be doing this at this time of night. So, I'm going to jump us on over to the pause screen, and we'll be right back. I'm just going to take a little leak here. Can you hear me, Derek? Yep, we're back. Oh, we're so fucking back, boys. Anyways, yeah, no, heck of a video on the Iraqi, but let's go into a different, more lighter topic. Count Dankula also did a video on things Prince Philip has actually said, and, I mean, I'm not one to care about the royals, but, if there's a video on it, then fuck it, let's just watch it. Weep. So yeah, make sure to like, comment, subscribe to Count Dankula, and check out this video on things Prince Philip has actually said.
I'm sure that most of you know the structure of Mad Lad videos well enough by now. We like to tell the stories of cool lives and or events chronologically, tell some jokes, give some takes that make my lawyer very nervous, and then round it off with a little discussion identifying any themes or morals that can be gleaned from such stories. I think it's good to figure out how these cool stories contribute to the grand narrative of history and to see if they can teach us more about current events, whether that be due to the cyclical nature of history or the simple fact that some idiots just never learn. But some mad lads are a lot more notable for the things that they said rather than did. And today's subject came out with so many bangers that for the most part, I'm just going to let him speak for himself. While many never learned the lessons from history, this man simply never learned how to stop talking. And after a 99-year lifespan and over 22,000 engagements, he had a lot to say. Some things were profound and reflective, others were uncouth and offensive, but damn near all of
Uncouth, offensive, don't matter. You got something. You complain about the sword, the shape of the sword. She still cuts deep. Doesn't matter.
them were really, really funny. So, sit back and relax as we enjoy the wit and wisdom of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh.
I mean, he is a royal, so I do need to keep a steady gleam on it, because, this isn't like the old monarchy of the British Empire. This isn't, we're talking about the fucking new world, right? We're the progress, the one that help accelerate selling the nation.
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm.
I mean, there's that one photo of,
But before we get started,
there was that one photo of, was it Philip getting bitch made by one of the Rothschilds' sons, like jabbing a finger into his chest? Like, you talk to the so-called prince or the prince like that, you know you wield more power than them, like outright. I know they're figureheads technically.
My editor worked really hard in his Souls-like poison swamp that he calls his desk to get the audio balance just right for you.
Adjust the video.
So, the least you can do is make sure that you're listening to my hooting and hollering with the best quality hardware possible.
That should do, right?
Raycons. There is truly no better way of listening to me than with Raycons. The quality of the everyday earbuds
Is this better?
rivals some of the biggest premium brands.
Yeah, that should be
and
better.
with a new quick charging function that gets you 90 minutes of battery in just 10 minutes and a 32-hour battery life, you can listen to so many Mad Lads in quick succession. But while I can't get enough of my own voice, I also like to partake in
I have to ask you, Derek, and I know I probably already know the answer, but have you tried Raycons at all? Because ideally, you want to gauge a product before you shill it. Have you actually tried them, or did you also like escape the thousands of videos of shilling Raycon to hapless individuals? Nope. Okay. Once again, I hear they're not terrible. Their price is definitely on point for them. It's very poignant. I have massive headphones. Yeah, no, me too. I have, I know Raycon does also their massive headphones as well. And a boombox. What, do you walk around with a boombox over your shoulder? Derek, are you on the New York subway breakdancing? Answer the question, Derek. All 2 viewers want to hear. You're on that 80s black guy. Are you on rollerblades or roller skates? Derek, you ain't black. You didn't vote for Biden. You ain't black. I know you're not black for Derek. Blades, mama didn't raise no bitch. I actually did want to get into rollerblading as a teenager. Rollerblading. Because the inlines, when you could do tricks on them, like it didn't get nowhere near as big as skateboarding, but I wanted to do rollerblading as a kid, like for tricks and stunts, but my parents didn't want to get me rollerblades, and they thought a bicycle would be better. Guess who never did shit with that bike outside of just biking around.
Little bit of music. Blasting Hip to Be Square on loop while on my Sigma grind set in the gym. And the bass boosted sound profile is ideal for listening heavy while I lift heavy. Shut up, yes I do. Also, the active noise cancellation really helps with ignoring my writers whenever they start talking about Rome again, or saying that they haven't seen their families in months and can we please go home now, and other stuff that I really don't care about. Now, if you thought that these gizmos were cool before,
you're interested more in the arcade, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
There's another new feature.
I wish there was an actual arcade in my area, and now that's a far long hope dream gone because COVID killed any chance of that shit happening. I would have liked an arcade as a kid because a local arcade, the best you got were like the gimmicky kid ones that would have like shitty prizes for like spending $25. You get like a $1 trinket if you're lucky. I personally just want to go to an arcade that had like, Initial D cabinets or actual game cabinets that were fun to play, but that doesn't get real people through the door, right? They want to have more casual arcades, not even like actual arcades. The funny thing is too, a lot of boomers I talked to that were, I guess maybe late boomers, early Gen Xers, remembered actual arcades. I guess maybe it was like early to mid Gen Xers remember it mainly, but like actual arcades with actual cabinets. And then you get into millennials when we talked about like Crazy Taxi and that stuff, but then I don't know. The only ones that seem to exist are like the ones for kids, and it's like there's no actual. I don't even want a barcade. That's just gay and lame. But like, I want to have like an actual like arcade again, right? And no casual, easy to hop into racing games. I want to play Initial D. I want to play Initial D again.
Connectivity, which allows you to pair with 2 devices at once. I can listen to Subway Surfers gameplay and Family Guy Funny Moments compilations at the same time. And if that's not enough of a boon to my stimming, their ergonomic design and optimized gel tips provide a snug fit that means they won't even fall out when I run face first into doors.
No Vogue.
Yippee. So, if you want to bag yourself some of these bad boys in one of their many funky colours, mine are actually whatever colour this is, but yours could be
marble or
blue,
graphite,
blush violet, carbon black, or forest green. All you have to do is click the link down in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Dankula to get 20 to 40% off on your purchase, plus free shipping. And once you've got your Raycons, why not give them a test drive by staying for the rest of this video and rejoicing in their auditory splendour. I'm sure that many of you all know Prince Philip's backstory. Born Prince Philip of Greece and Din.
I have an arcade near me that has a few racing cabinets and plenty of fighters/brawlers. They said that said the rail shooters are lacking. House of Dead 3 is a highlight, but you talked about you were gonna try to get that one girl, take that one girl on a date to play House of the Dead. I mean, something like Virtua Cop or Paradise Lost, not Cabela's or the Carnival arcade shooters. Oh, fuck. You have to play the Bass Pro Shop Cabela's. Oh, God. Oh, I hated those things. You know what? Actually, on the Wii, I had a Bass Pro Shop game on the Wii. There was the hunting one. It was it was basically a dual package you get for like $12. Had the fishing and had the hunting one, and if you pay like $50, you could have the whole fake gun and everything with it. I think that's what it was. Like shitty graphics, and you would just like try to hold the Wii motion control and aim it at the deer or at whatever animal you're hunting, and there's like legendary animals you have to track down, and of course the big game King of the Buck you had to hunt down too. Like, yeah, the worst like stock sound effects. It sounded like the Atlantis game demo you get because I remember also playing too. There was they used to put like game demos in like cereal boxes back when, and there was one for Atlantis. I remember correctly. I remember playing like the Disney's Atlantis, and it was like that same crunchy sound effects, but it was like shovelware for the Wii. Oh, fuck. It was both fun and really shitty. Dangerous Hunts. Yeah, no, Dangerous Hunts was okay. It's simply they aren't good. No, absolutely not. No, the Cabela's are just like shovelware. Like they're the just plop down and put in arcades, or like casuals, I guess. And the casual in the sense of like either it's for really little kids that have known nothing but like iPad games, or old farts that just like need something easy to pick up, right? I don't know. I just wish arcades weren't as lacking, but then again, also, the death of the arcade was inevitable. Like, it's most unfortunate. Like, the death of the arcade is truly inevitable, only for like niche hobbyists.
Denmark, the Greco-Turkish War made being Greek royalty a little bit unhealthy. He was exiled to Britain in an orange crate. He served in the Royal Navy throughout World War II. He adopted the name Mountbatten, yada yada, you get the gist. This isn't a Mad Lad video, so I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds on that. So, I thought we would start with Prince Philip's comments on marriage, since his marriage to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was the event that really put him into the spotlight. Right off the bat, he started off very strong at the Queen's coronation, where he is purported to have asked her, "Where did you get that hat?" Talking about the crown. Now, as much as I hope to the contrary, this quip may be apocryphal, but either way, it sets the tone for what's to come.
It's a conversation starter.
Very nicely. As the royal couple settle down into married life and the whole ruling Britain thing, the arrival of heirs to the throne was at hand. But there was a problem. Kids usually have their father's last name, which in this case would have been Mountbatten. However, the firstborn, Charles, was the heir to the throne, held by the House of Windsor by his mother. So this led to quite a bit of a pickle between Philip and his royal spouse, since he obviously wanted to pass his name to his kids, and the Queen, and quite prominently Winston Churchill, were very keen on the name Windsor remaining. Correct. In the end, it was decided that the kids from their line that actually had surnames, i.e. weren't called Prince or Princess and referred to mononymously, they would be called Mountbatten Windsor. Which I would say is a fair compromise. But
I guess you gotta keep the monarchy, really. You have to really maintain the monarchy status, but like, it's still figurehead status, right? I mean, of course, I say that, and also beforehand I did say that they do still wield some sway and power behind the scenes, but they're still bitch-made puppets for the actual owners of the world, unfortunately.
Throughout the affair, Philip is noted as having privately complained by saying, "I'm just a bloody amoeba," while feeling...
Hey! He recognizes the shithole situation he's in. But he can't, he knows he can't change it. Honestly, I respect it.
Particularly put out by having to play second fiddle to his wife. Nevertheless, Prince Philip got used to his position as the royal consort, and he went on to absolutely kill it for the next 70-odd years. On one occasion, he even met an Australian man who introduced himself by saying, "My wife is a doctor of philosophy and much more important than I am." Commiserating, Philip quipped, "Ah yes, we have that trouble in our family too." But Prince Philip's comments on marriage didn't stop there. That would be far too reasonable. In 1988, people were claiming that those who sell slaughtered meat have greater moral authority than those who do blood sports. And Prince Philip had an interesting turn of phrase.
Those who sell slaughtered meat have a better moral standing than blood sports. People do blood sports. What? Was it like some sort of like anti-violence group or some bullshit like that? Because that just sounds stupid.
In rebuttal. I don't think a prostitute is more moral than a wife, but they are doing the same thing.
Dude!
I mean, I can't...
You were married to the fucking Queen of England. And you just dropped that bar.
I get his point, but considering who he was married to, that response is fucking wild.
That's some serious cheek right
further
there.
Compounding such cheek was Philip's observation that when a man opens a car door for his wife, it's either a new car or a new wife. Those living outside of the UK...
Oh, no. I live in the UK. I was forced to watch enough British soap operas and shit in my lifetime, and I have, like, Anglophile parents. Or Anglophile on my mother's sides. Oh, I know what he means by that. Oh, boy.
Won't understand. This man spent his entire life dropping absolute bangers. It sounds like Prince Philip must have taken a fair bit of putting up with on the Queen's part, because when giving advice for a successful marriage, he said that tolerance is the one essential ingredient. You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance in abundance. One such occasion where this abundance of tolerance would have been needed was at the end of a 1994 trip to Belize. Prince Philip was on the deck of the HMY Britannia while the Queen was busy...
That's a hell of a yacht, though. I get royalty, blah, blah, blah. That's a hell of a yacht. Of course, it's done in classic ocean liner style. Wasn't the not Aquitania, wasn't like the Oceanica the same size too? Like, that's a yacht to them. The Oceanica was like one of the last ocean liners by Cunard, before Queen Mary 2, but like, that's rather impressive.
Being a good guest and taking her sweet time talking to her hosts on the quayside. The five of you watching this with girlfriends or wives at home must have an idea of how frustrating that is.
Right.
But Prince Philip spoke for all of us when he said, in front of all of them, yak, 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 come on and get a move on.
Oh.
He said that to the Queen. I mean, it's nice to see that despite the constraints of protocol and the burden of divine right, the pair were still just like any other old married couple.
Listen. You can't tell me that it's not a good relationship without some banter like that, right? If it's consistently shit-talking, you know it's going to be bad. But, like, when they're willing to give that level of cheek and then go back to giving each other hugs and smooches now, and you can tell it's natural. Because obviously, like, you just tell when someone naturally loves someone. Whether it be an old married couple or even like a young couple that just kind of bickers at each other and like kind of just like nudges and takes shots at each other. You know that's true love. You know that's true love. There's no like Prince Charming sweeping off your feet. That's a seducer, right? There's no, oh, just my senpai. Like there's none of that bullshit either, right? Because even on that end too, you know she's probably gonna go around and cheat on that guy. Or like a seducer Prince Charming just doing it for the money or to get in the pants. But like you see this. I get their position really dictates it. Rob Zombie's still with his wife. Yeah, fuck yeah. Like, you name that, right? Why is it the most whack, like, purposefully whack-ass musicians or celebrities or just people, like just funny, oddball people, they seem to be the most stable relationships because they found that one person that gets them. It's not guaranteed, right? It's not always the case. I mean, fucking Howard Hughes went through wives like he goes through clothing, but like, that was Howard Hughes. He was a genius, but he was nutty, right? Like, you'll see some actual people we consider weirdos, and yet they have a loving wife. What do you consider that, then? I mean, how many people still praise the frickin' Beatles? You tell me one of them had a decent relationship, they fucking didn't. And then you look at the other end of the spectrum, you get Robert Fripp of King Crimson. The guy they compared to Stalin, who's absolutely nuts wife and him do like live college performance like YouTube live concerts, and they just generally love each other. I'm like, you don't see that often, right? Not everything's a fairy tale. Nothing's a fairy tale. You have to work with your partner, right? Your spouse. I'm not gonna use the word partner. That's just game. That's like new age speak. Your spouse.
But all of the funny business aside, Prince Philip could say some really wholesome and profound things when he wanted to.
Yeah.
In the 1940s, Prince Philip wrote to the then Princess Elizabeth, "To have been spared in the war and seen victory."
I'm gonna say this too. Like, no homo. Pause, all that shit. Philip had, I mean, yes, he's of German descent. Like, he's of German, Dutch descent. You can see he's got the nose, the jawline. He's not bad looking. Elizabeth wasn't bad looking either, I will say. I get the joke about British women. If you look at older photos of British women with little to no makeup on their face, or like less foundation, she wasn't terrible looking. I've seen enough photos of just old classic photos of older British women, like nurses and or the volunteer service women during the Second World War. They weren't bad looking. I get there's also propagandic posters of the attractive woman that you're fighting for, but it's like, you just see some candid shots. Plain Jane girl next door. I mean, they were nice looking.
To have been given the chance to rest and to readjust myself, to have fallen in love completely and unreservedly, makes all one's personal and even the world's troubles seem small and petty.
Aww.
The man had riz. The royal couple clearly took, for better or worse, very, very seriously. And they made it work until death did they part.
Okay.
Must be fucking nice. But Philip's...
Yeah, there's that thing about Danky. At least he still gets to see his kids frequently. At least it was not a terribly rocky divorce. But did you see that one post on I think it was on X, or I think someone posted in Tall's Discord there. It was with Dankula, they're trying to figure out who his new girlfriend was, because he posted that one photo with her face covered, and it's she's much shorter, and it's they did the interrogation scene from Inglourious Bastards with Hans Landa, and it was she's Asian, isn't she? And then Dankula responded with the Frenchman just nervously sweating. At least he still got his kids. I like that. I'm good to hear that. It's glad to hear that it wasn't a messy shit show. I'm glad to hear it wasn't something terrible.
Devotion to his wife did not preclude him from commenting on
wasn't
the state
Review Tech USA,
of
right?
other women. Far from it. In 1961, Prince Philip told the Scottish Women's Institute that British women can't cook. Now you all know that British food is the best in...
Yeah, okay. There are things to say about British cuisine. Some very simple things, the more rudimentary things that British have done with bangers and some pot pies, maybe. I'm not really a fan of pot pies, but there's some cuisine I will say that's it's alright. There's nothing really that stands out in terms of the entree of the British cuisine. I don't particularly like fish either, so a lot of that is excluded from that. However, British pastries are banging. But on that note too, as well as their confectionaries, but on that note too, holy shit, do they have retarded ass names.
The world, so it's very good of him to act in the best interest.
Spotted Dick. Oh yeah, no, vinegar, like fish and chips with vinegar. Okay, I'm not sure how, but like surprisingly, and I know Lolly, because I'm Derek. You and I, we both watch Lolly's channel. Yeah, okay, English breakfast food, like the English fries, like when I say English fry, like the English breakfast fry-ups. It's not the healthiest, but damn, is it good. It can be good sometimes. It can hit different sometimes. Though I will pass on the tomato though. I don't really like tomatoes. Because of course now there's different variations of English fry-ups. But I will say, we both watched the Almighty Lolly. I know Lolly got addicted to salt and vinegar chips. Like, not fries, but like salt and vinegar chips. Potato chips. And that's a Canadian thing. I wanted to send him some all-dressed chips as well. To us, all-dressed is like... It's a plethora of flavors. I'd have to look up again, but like, it's a Quebec invention, I guess. Fucking frogs at least do one thing right every so often. But it's very British to have salt and vinegar, but then somehow the maritime provinces introduced that into the potato chip companies, because like, this is a British thing. Canada is a former British colony that passed on to them, and then you sell potato chips, and then I know salt and vinegar chips starting to make their way down to the States for the past like couple of years. I know Almighty Lolly's got an addiction to them now, so I'm gonna send him some all dressed. I want to see how he likes that.
Of our national image by going to.
But like I don't eat like I'll have like a handful of chips. Very like so now I can kind of treat myself just by being very strict with my diet. I will say I am dying to try these ones my mom picked up that she just brought home one day. Caramelized onion flavor. I want to see what that tastes like. I wonder if it's good. If it tastes like onion rings, I may be disappointed, because it's just kind of like, well, I might as well just fry up onions for myself, right? Not even do onion rings, but just do fried onions, right? Like this the French would do, right? But I'm willing to try it.
The source of the problem itself and telling those uppity females to get it together and start pulling their own weight. Clearly unafraid of talking unfiltered to women in high places, Philip met a group of female Labour MPs whose name badges all read Miss. And he came out with the absolutely earth-shattering, so this is the feminist corner.
Son of a bitch, I love it. This could only have worked back then on that era of feminists, because holy fuck. They were straight, but they were early cat lady bitchy ones. This could only work back then.
Fucking
cinema.
Honestly, we all should have been paying a lot more attention to this man while he was still alive. We could have learned from him. But do not worry, this wasn't a protocol-breaking political comment, because Philip's baseness was bipartisan. When he was in Edinburgh with the Scottish Conservative leader, Annabel Goldie, Philip pointed at some tartan and asked her, "Do you have a pair of knickers made out of this?" And he also said to a...
What house clan was he pointing to, and what house clan was she from is my question. Because, oh boy, that could really go a mile and a half if you got the wrong clan. At least it's direct. The normal guy would typically ask with, frill, like, is it are you doing lace or frills? He asked if you're wearing your house clan's colors. And the scary thing is too, like, once again, make sure you get the right house clan, because technically, though not in name, I am part of Clan Gordon. Like, I'm not a descendant in the plethora of names of the warriors of Clan Gordon, but like, I'm technically of Clan Gordon's descent. So, all Scottish Vampire the Masquerade. Oh fuck, that'd be horrible. That would be, imagine, instead of doing this gay-ass sequel to Vampire the Masquerade, imagine just giving it to a bunch of Scottish developers and just letting them do that. Oh god, that'd be beautiful. That'd just be cinema. But technically, I am Clan Gordon, so I hope she'd representing the right colors there, right? You know, the more you think about it, isn't just Scottish clans like early gang colors and early gang wars too? I mean, every tribal history has been like that. It wasn't like the birth before the bandana of the Bloods and the Crips. Like, this is like proto Bloods and Crips gang war. Makes you really think why the blacks want to rewrite Scottish history by inserting themselves in there, don't you? Isn't it?
Female lawyer, I thought it was against the law these days for a woman to solicit. But not all of Prince Philip's comments about women were quite so spicy.
No,
After
of course
the attempted kidnapping of his daughter, Princess Anne, in 1974, Philip said that if the man had succeeded in abducting Anne, she would have given him a hell of a time while in captivity. I don't struggle to believe that, since the Princess Royal has a bit of a reputation not unlike her father's. She's even cool enough to pull off a bicorn hat and be a...
I know the monarchy is practically dead outside of figurehead, and like how England is, it's a joke, but damn, that is some drip. That is some serious drip right there. Say what you will about the Brits or any European nation, their drip of their golden age was just something else. Though I will say, in combat sense, I wouldn't ever want to wear this. Even though this is like older, this is like ancient, like this is this isn't be proto-Victorian. This is centuries ago, but like I wouldn't want to wear any of this amount of this in combat. But like that is some serious drip right there. I love that. I love the bicorn hat. In some cases, I wouldn't wear one, but like I like it when I see it on certain generals. Oh, personally though, I still think the hardest, like the best, one of the best generals of all time, in terms of drip, in terms of his skill set, in terms of his achievements, Sir Isaac Brock. All of like, if I'm like British generals, Sir Isaac Brock, heavily slept on. Look into him. He's like, he was a G.
An Olympic equestrian. The latter prompting her father to say that if it doesn't fart or eat hay, then she's not interested. But despite...
I wonder if she like Uma Musume. That's my question. Would she play Uma Musume? The funny thing is, like, didn't Uma, like, okay, in the JP side of things, they haven't released to the American side yet. And of course, in the West and the European sector of it, like, all the normies are trying to come in. Of course, you have all the fucking, like, rainbow they people trying to claim, oh, this character's this. Like, I've been fucking going at it because, like, Finomino is not a troon and it's not a dyke, right? Finomino is a tomboy police officer. But she's not English yet. She's not on the English side yet of the game. But also, in that same update, they actually have the 3 original purebred horses as Uma's in the game now. And one of them is dressed like a British drill sergeant. And I fucking love her. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she was like one of the 3 genesis of racehorses, like all of them trace back to for the purebreds. And I personally, she is like, I love her design.
Prince Philip did share at least some of his daughter's interest in the equine, having said in 1965 that, and I quote, "The only active sport which I follow is polo, and most of the work is done by the pony." Other Prince Philipisms about the royal family include his response to being asked when the then Prince Charles...
The Victorian uniforms had some reasons for the uniforms, including peacocking, but there's also a channel that point out how surprisingly hard it is to spot red coats in a jungle/forest environment. Yeah, I mean, the red they had was very much, I get it was like, it's bright to us in like sunlight, but when you get red coats into darker spaces, red on the color use, I suppose on the color scale is more of a richer, darker color, so you can kind of conceal yourself in overgrown forests and jungles. Also in jungles especially, with the amount of fauna that is there, you do kind of blend in if you're hiding. So I guess that could work. I guess that would have worked for them.
Would succeed to the throne, which was... Are you asking me if the Queen...
Like, the thing is, though, is that even on the basic, like, soldiers, I get it was also to give their men a sense of, like, showmanship, too, but, like, the amount of brass and straps and everything on, like, not even parade uniforms, just, like, the standard uniform, because, like, I see reenactors for the War of 1812 all the time, and I'm like, I get this is the style of the time, but, like, I'd much prefer something like the M43 cap in German Heer uniform, or like even like the M43 US uniform, but color it the same color as your side, right? That to me just seems a bit more tactically, or just out of ergonomics, right? Personally, but of course that's advancement with clothing and fabric and seamstressy that we were allowed to have at the time, right?
Is going to die. Prince Philip also had some very wonderful things to
Wait,
say.
what was that?
Would succeed to the throne, which was... Are you asking me if the Queen is going to die? Prince Philip also had some very wonderful things to say about all things foreign.
Of course.
In 1965, when he was shown a piece of Ethiopian art, he said, "It looks like the kind of thing my daughter would bring back from her school art lessons." But if you thought that was undiplomatic, well, when asked what he thought of Beijing, China, while he was visiting there, Prince Philip simply said, "Ghastly." Like, in front of everyone, including all of the Chinese diplomats.
You gotta remember that 1997, Hong Kong was to be succeeded back over to the Chinese. Oh, Philip was not making a good time for them. Oh boy. Because you gotta remember, if you watch that final New Year's at Hong Kong, where they play Auld Lang Syne as they march out for the final posting, the Brits didn't feel happy about it. The posted infantry did not feel happy about it, and especially the citizens of Hong Kong did not feel happy about that either. It was a really hard time to go. More than just the sun setting in the British Empire, it's far worse what we're going to go back to.
He didn't seem to have a particularly high opinion of Chinese cuisine either, because at a 1986 WWF meeting,
like, maybe it's me being a Westerner and wants to play the, "Oh, you dumb, uncivilized Westerner." I've had actual Chinese cuisine. Peking duck, yeah. There's things in the Chinese that, and then Hong Kong collapsed a bit ago. People forget about that, it seems. Oh yeah. Also, number two, Hong Kong, their financial district completely collapsed, and you had guys flooding towards the west. And then conveniently too, with that massive influx though, came the SARS outbreak, which is eerily similar to how COVID and the Wuhan Kung flu came about. Except SARS, unlike COVID, was actually had a lot more effects than being overglorified flu. SARS, it's funny to say SARS, especially in the modern day. SARS, please, SARS. But no, it didn't come from India. It actually came from China that time. The SARS was, it was nasty. It was nasty. I was actually born the same year SARS. The outbreak was still going on when I was born, so like hospitals, it was hard in lockdown. It was a tough time. My mother especially.
Animal Conservation Society that he co-founded.
No shit, he found, oh, okay. WWF is okay, I guess.
No, the other one, Prince Philip actually said, if it has 4 legs and is not a chair, has wings and is not an aeroplane, or swims and is not a submarine, the Cantonese will eat it.
I know people are going to say about the dumb Westerner I was trying to get back to about the cuisine thing. I've had plenty of like Chinese food, but I'll tell you this much. There's a reason why there's westernized Chinese food. I'm not talking about like fusion or like that gay stuff. I'm talking about like since the 30s, and you're right, Derek. You're right on that one. They fucking eat everything. That is literally a problem. Chinese, like, fishing, like, you think internationals are a problem too? If you go and see Chinese, like, invaders, like the new communist ones that, like, they'll go to, like, fishing holes. Once again, they're obviously not gonna use permits like all the other like invaders won't, but, like, they fucking clean house, and, like, even the mudsuckers they will just gobble up. Does it taste good? I don't know. Even, like, of course, naturally frogs too. Remember, they fry they do fried frogs as well. We joke about the French, but, like, the Chinese actively will fry and prep frogs. I think I've never really had frog meat. I don't know what it tastes like personally. I don't really care to. I'm not really much of a fan of eating amphibians. What I was saying though is, like, I've had actual, like, Chinese cuisine. It's bland at best and can be questionable at worst. And that's just what my range of scope is. But, like, when I've had, like, that's why I prefer it. And that's why they literally made in the 1920s or in the 30s when the first, like, Americanized Chinese restaurants started opening up. Why do you think they made it tolerable for us? Like, why do you think when you talk to actual Chinese restaurants, they're like, they don't understand, like, they look at you, it's like, we know that you haven't had actual Chinese cuisine. It's like, yes, and I don't think I want to. I prefer eating my chow mein and my fucking chicken balls, right? I'd rather have the fried chicken balls over the actual chicken testicles. Even if they don't even have testicles, that's the thing too. I'm just saying that there's a reason why also, it's simultaneous. Like, you can also look at how, like, Italian restaurants in the States and, like, during the 20s and 30s, like, during the age of the height of the mafia, they really Americanized the Italian cuisine for the United States as well, because you go have Italian pizza. It's so good. I've had actual Italian pizza. It's actually pretty good if it's fresh ingredients too, but, like, aesthetically it's like it's not that great, right? Yeah, the one large Asian mart near me sells pig anusless uterus. Oh fuck. I've only been to one Asian mart in my life because, like, there's not an actual one in my city. I had to go, like, in my town or city, if you will. I have to go to, like, a larger city to go see it. But, like, I've been inside Asian marts. Oh yeah, they will fucking eat anything. But the smell. Like, I'm in there. I'm just trying to go to the Japanese section. I'd walk past the Chinese one, and it's like I'm retching. And I get to the fucking Japanese. I'm like, I'm here for the mirin. I'm here to pick up some mirin sauce. I'm here to make some homemade teriyaki. I'm just looking for some mirin right now. Like, this brand here, I want some. Just get me what I need and get me the fuck out of here, please. I don't want the overpriced Pocky. I'm just here to make some just basic bitch but tasty entrees from Japanese-based entrees. I don't want to have your fucking pig anus from the Chinese section. Like, I'll eat beef tripe. That's fine if it's in pho. But, like, if I'm going to a Vietnamese place, I'm gonna just get the stir fry, right? Pho's okay, but, like, I prefer the stir fries.
That same year, he told British students being propagandized, educated over in China,
True.
that if you stay here much longer, you'll all be slitty eyed. Then, when one of the students mentioned that the British students didn't actually live with the Chinese, Prince Philip said, "So the Chinese don't want to mix with the barbarians." Prince Philip actually had quite a bit to say to Britons who were out and about across the world. Like asking, "Are you running away from something?" to expats who were living in Abu Dhabi, telling a Briton in Budapest that you can't have been here that long, you haven't got a pot belly.
That is a good one. I said it before on stream too. Like, I'm a Euro mutt in my lineage. Someone with some Slovenian in him. You're going after the fucking Hungarians in that one. I love it. I love it. I love seeing other Balkan states getting shat on, but then again, I do come from the state that's known for the femboys.
And my personal favourite, asking, you managed to not get eaten then, to a British student who just got back from a trip to Papua New Guinea. While the usual suspects would balk at such problematic heckin' xenophobia, at least Prince Philip had the nerve to actually say it to their faces. Such as asking a wealthy Cayman Islander,
Right.
aren't most of you descended from pirates?
Oh.
Or asking an Australian Aboriginal, do you still throw spears at each other?
He's inquisitive. He is inquisitive, I'll give him that.
And when asked if he would like to visit the Soviet Union in 1967, he said, I would like to go to Russia very much, although the bastards murdered half of my family.
I'm assuming, if I remember correctly, he was from the ones that had to escape the White Revolution. Yep. My family has ties to the White Revolution in a fun way, too. And I think would have been the ones to help Philip's lineage escape, too. Kind of funny how that is, but, there's a lot of reasons why I hate the communists, and it's a lot of familial ties. It's a reason why I hate fucking communists. I don't hate Russians, I hate commies. And it is a very, very close reason why. And it's not like the typical LARPer, I hate commies. No, it's like, unironically, that one Finnish mercenary, as he said best, I've never known to take a life. I've only killed communists. You're not people.
Considering the tensions at the time, it was probably for the best that he didn't go. Prince Philip caused further offence during a visit with the Italian Prime Minister in the year 2000. Bunga Bunga time was still a year off, so it was looking like a fairly stuffy affair.
Right.
The Italian PM offered Philip a really fancy local wine.
Date and marry Alina Gingertail would rather not fuck the tanky chick. Hang on a sec. Who's Alina Gingertail? Let me just pause video. Derek, who are you simping for? Who are you simping for there? Gingertail. Oh, she plays video game music. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, you Russian musician. Yeah, you. Oh, you fell for that ginger lust, didn't you? You. I know there's not being the allegations of a crazy redhead, but yeah, no, she's cute. She's cute, I guess. I will not be swayed by the siren song of the communists. Oh. She's got braids now. Not terribly interested in that. Not terribly interested in the dreadlocks. Nope. Yeah, I just don't find dreadlocks personally attractive. There she is wearing the Ushanka. Ironically though, I will not be shamed. You will be shamed. We will find you a cuter ginger girl, and we will give you her, but you will not have the tanky. She does it more based around the game she's doing the music for. Okay, that's fair. If she was doing it for like, I mean, granted she's still a commie, so I don't really give a shit. But like, if she was doing it for like Metro or something, that's fine, right? Yeah, no, I know the screen's blank. I was looking her up. I just want to check, like, see how things are going before I hop back on over. Boop. Right, because I'm playing a risky game too, and I'm looking her up on, just like checking out images on like Firefox, and I have my safe search off, and I'm just like, I don't want to have anything come up on screen, right? So, I didn't want to like risk it for the biscuit. I didn't know what we were talking about, so, me.
And Prince Philip responded, "Get me a beer."
Hang on. He did what now? He was in Italy.
Bunga time was still a year off,
So he's in
it
Italy,
was looking like
having
a
cuisine.
fairly stuffy affair. The Italian PM offered Philip a really fancy local wine, and
Right.
Prince Philip responded, "Get me a beer.
My
I
man.
don't care what kind it is, just get me a beer."
My man. My
He did
man.
the Englishman on holiday meal.
I'll have uno beero and large portion chips, please, lass. What a lad. I know I've seen this type of Brit before, but I've seen the Saxon Brits that come over sometimes for vacation, and they are fucking jacked to the nines and like just decent physique and like they look good for their age. And they still say this phrase. And you know what? Having worked enough serving like catering, both catering jobs, both serving jobs, both like busboy jobs, I fucking love doing with the Brits. They were like the women were tripe, the guys just like to chat to. Oh, dude, they're fucking wonderful. And then sometimes you get like the actual Brit immigrants or actually like immigrants of like former colonies too. And I think the best one was like I go to my local Vietnamese place like just to get some cheap takeout before I go home from work. And I meet this guy there who has an AC Cobra, right? A replica AC Cobra, by the way, 2003 replica. And he was shocked when I could peg him. I'm like when I pegged him for his accent, I'm like, "You're Afrikaner, aren't you?" And he looked at me like dead in the fucking eyes, like, "Everyone thinks I'm British." I'm like, "No. I know you're Afrikaner. I know what you are. I know you're a Boer." I was the first one to peg his accent. Apparently, he was just like he was happy. He was all giddy as can be. He's like, "Yeah, no, I work as like in the finance district." But it's like, you're the first one. He was shocked when I pegged him. I think you know what it would be. I'm a warrior, Chris Hansen. No, but like I imagine that poor bastard consistently had to deal with like in the office of like the average bitch, like the average girl doing the oi, I'm gonna do a London accent. Oh, I'm British, mate. I don't really think so. I'm cute. Oh, I like your British accent. And it's like he's Afrikaner. He ain't British. I was like Cotton Hill, reading up Con. And it's like, no, he ain't. He's Afrikaner. Ain't you, mister? But no. I've met the Englishmen on vacation before. They're actually pretty chill guys. I actually like the old lads.
What a lad.
I love it.
However, his hosts didn't seem so amused because the drink order actually caused quite a bit of upset. Because of fucking course it did.
Of course.
It's Italy. Italians really need to calm down about their food and drink. I'm
Fucking
sure
A,
the
they
wine
do.
would have been lovely, and I will admit that Italian food is amazing, but you lot take it so far.
Italian food and women and their music, I will admit, I love it. You're talking to a guy who loves Eurobeat. Granted, the Dutch sometimes do beat out the Italians in that department. Natalie, one of the greatest Eurobeat artists, is a Dutch woman. But when you have Vicky Vale, you have D. Leo, Dave Simon, Dave Rogers, of course. I mean, fucking hell. I'm saying I will say the Italians have a lot of things going for them, but I grew up in an Italian neighborhood as well. I was not Italian whatsoever. You were some snooty fuckers about your food. I'll tell you that much. And granted, this is westernized Italians, but even then, they want to be, oh, I'm going back to my roots of authenticity. Bullshit, you are. Lucio Fucci. Goblin, I think, yeah.
Fucking seriously, that you just completely ruin it.
You
When I was in
fucking
Italy,
wankers.
I asked if I could have my meal without onions, and the waiter looked at me like
Okay,
I just spat.
okay, Dank, okay. That is something I'm gonna cross the line with you here. I've not known a meal that was not improved with onions added to it, especially Italian food. And you're a portly fucker, so I'd expect you to have some good experience with food here. But then again, you're Scottish. I'm gonna shit talk my own heritage here. You have no taste if you don't like onions on your food. Absolutely not.
And his mother's grave. You all know that I'm a big proponent of national pride, but when you're
True.
at the point where you're getting wages to defend the honour of pizza, then you're just a country of wankers. You all love to give us shit about our food, but at least we're not so fucking pretentious about it. Oh, this wine goes with this dish, but only at 3 minutes past midnight on the full moon. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how we pair drinks with food? Pint.
Yeah.
Simple as. And it just
Simple
works.
as.
All the extra...
Granted,
fruity
I don't drink. Once again, I sound like a teetotaler. I just don't drink. It's too expensive, and based on my lineage, once again, I call it my bloodline, my lineage, blah, 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 blah. My blood type is 99 proof, right? I was born 99 proof. And that was from 2 generations of not drinking. We're still 99 proof blood type. I'm not touching a bottle. No way. But I will say, non-alcoholic. I've had some non-alcoholic ale. Doesn't taste bad, personally. It's not healthy, but it's like, it doesn't taste terrible.
Bullshit just makes me feel sorry for you in a way, because it's such an embarrassing cop from the lesser sons of greater men who fell 571 years ago, whose only desperate claim to relevance now is papist Disneyland.
True, Derek. I drink other people's alcohol, but my own? In this economy? No way. You hand me a gift bottle of alcohol, I'm probably gonna end up trying to sell it because I'm like, like, not in your face, but just like, I'm not gonna drink this. But it's like, then again, using it to court business affairs, that's a good idea to do. But like, you tell, like, people say, oh, you want to go meet chicks? Go to a bar. Oh, you gotta go to a club. You gotta go buy drinks. Fuck that. Fuck that. I might as well just roll up my money and just light it up and smoke it. I look like Big B Wolf, walk around to every place I know, dollar bill in hand, lighting that shit up, and then just dropping it on the floor to mark my territory. Ain't no fucking way. I am not smoking. I am not drinking. I don't do any of that because I don't have the money to afford that shit. What's my hobby? I collect bullion. Do I stack paper? No. I just try to hold on to everything I have. I'm Yukon Cornelius pilled. I like mead and hard cider. Okay, I will admit, ciders, I like it. Wine, I don't like dry wines. I've had ice wine before. It was very syrupy. It was good. I will admit, for a dessert wine, it's splendid. Spiced drinks can be good, yes. I will say, if I was to ever drink alcoholic beverages, I sound like a complete dweeb saying that, but if I was, it would be in toast. Whether it be traditional toast or toast towards like good health, it would probably be just straight Jägermeister. Just a shot of Jäger, toast, Prosit, down the hatch. Not Jäger bombs, none of that shit. Just straight Jäger. Apparently, Omas used to use it as like medicinal for like, stomach aches, like a cure all for stomach aches. But like, I've heard Jägermeister tastes good. I'm willing to try it, but like, I don't know. I also, surprisingly enough, like, I don't drink, Derek, but also I studied in high school when I had free time, which I didn't have a lot of free time because I was working during the pandemic, had multiple jobs, was full-time in high school. I got both my license and I studied mixology in high school. Had dessert sake in Japan by accident. Guy thought I was an adult, so at 19, I did a shot of it. It was a sample. Thought it was water. Jesus. Well, you remember too, the Japanese, like, I know it sounds very degrading and stereotypical to say this. So like a lot of people get so uppy if you speak slightly negative of a culture that isn't white, unless it's a white culture and you can shit on all over all you want. But like, I guess maybe the commies do with the Chinese nowadays, or the Japanese nowadays, and the Koreans. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to East Asian like cuisine and drink, they don't really have a high tolerance for a lot of things, from what I'm noticing. Like, you have to remember, there was a case, like, a year or two ago. This Japanese schoolboy died from a spicy chip, which was like, they call it, like, they were marketing in like Japan as like this, the world's hottest chip, like, you know, the Japan's hottest chip and whatever. It was like a challenge, kind of like a challenge thing. It wasn't even a Reaper pepper. It was like habanero in terms of spice. And the kid died from asphyxiation because he was literally coughing and hacking. He wasn't allergic. He was just hacking out. He was hacking and coughing from it. And it's not like an urban legend. There was an actual reported case. A kid died. Yeah, it's the one chip challenge, but like it was basically spice levels of habanero. It was a different chip brand, but like a Japanese one, but it was one that it was a habanero spice level of chip. And same with the Japanese for alcohol. It's like I know their alcohol like concentrate doesn't tend to be very high. That's why, unfortunately, a lot of Westerners, like, I mean, we heard about the story with Pippa when she went over to Japan, was just hawking down shots of sake. Because, like, to her, it was nothing until she went through a bottle and then it hit her like a freaking freight train, because she also wasn't eating a lot of red meats or, like, fatty meats at the table. So when it hit her like a truck, it hit her like a truck. So, like, she basically loaded herself up on it until it could finally crack on her just from the sheer amount she took in. But, like, it took a whole bottle to get Pippa drunk, essentially, from what I remember correctly. And that was a dinner sake. That wasn't dessert sake. But, like, back to the one chip thing, too, it's like, you know, with the Japanese as well, like, they don't have a high tolerance for spice. My sister, she went to an import store in, I think, Toronto, and brought back a bag of, like, the hottest chips she could find. She knew I really liked. She makes fun of me because, like, I eat really spicy things. Like, I put a whole bottle of black cherry Carolina Reaper sauce into a thing of sloppy Joe meat and mixed it up with some stubs to make like a quick and easy sloppy Joe mix, right? That's like, I can eat a whole kilogram of beef like with that amount of spice and not feel it. Like, I'm fine with it. It's spicy, yes, but it tastes good. I had this hot chip, she tried eating one, and she's like, it's too spicy, and I'm like, I ate it, I'm like, this is just habanero. Like, it's habanero. Yeah, it's got some twinge to it, but it's like, it's got a bit of twang to it, but it's like, it's nothing. I'm just saying, drunk yours cute, and that isn't a requirement for Japanese girlfriend, but it would be a plus. Derek. Yes, she's cute. How much money are you going to go through in a bottle of, how much money are you going to be spending on sake per week at the grocery store? Derek, can you afford that? Can you afford that, Derek? Because I don't think you can. Right? I hear, like, I know Tenma, like, Tenma's shtick of being the office lady, and, like, yeah, once it's a VTuber, it's a character, it's a shtick. I know Tenma also has, like, a thing with alcohol. I'm like, I'd be paying less than an OnlyFans subscription. That's, I mean, fair enough. But I'm saying, like, we know with Tenma, I don't know, I know she drinks cheap beer, but I'm like, sister, I'm pretty sure you, like, you're double, like, you would add, like, my whole grocery shopping list on top of that in beer with how much you drink. Like, I don't want, like, I want a hag, but I'm scared for my wallet if it was a Japanese hag, because I'm like, I don't know how much you're drinking, sister. I don't want to risk that, because, like, oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. That's the problem, too. I don't drink, so, like, I don't have any places to go socially, because I'm like, it's not like, once again, I don't teetotal, I don't, like, I'm not going to go up to you and, like, gesture my finger at you because you're drinking. It's just, like, I don't really have interest in it. I'm a lightweight. I mentioned the stream last night. If you get me drunk, I'm very happy. I giggle like a hyena, and I will actively start cleaning your house. I'm not kidding you. I will sweep, take out recycling, sort out bottles and cans, pick up your newspaper. I've actually, the only time I was ever drunk was at a house party. And they had to basically wrangle me because I was cleaning. I've been thinking about going to the tavern near me solely because they have French onion soup. Okay. I go there for the French onion soup. That is, I've had good French onion soup, and I've had great pea soup. I'll tell you this much. Pea soup is hard to do, but when you get it right, oh, it's so good.
And in linguine. You think you're so fucking high and mighty because you can cook the pasta? Fuck off. Richie, can you give me a hand? What's up, Trudy? I didn't think that through.
Oh, that's going to be a hell of a mess.
In 2003, Prince Philip opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Nigeria, and he famously told the Nigerian president, "You look like you're ready for bed."
I mean, come on. Look at that. Look at that. Look, they even got a goblet. They're having a toast. But look at that. That is, oh. I will make fun of, like, African nations in politics as they stand, but, like, I can't deny. That is cozy. That looks cozy.
To be completely fair, that stuff does look really comfy. If I had that outfit, I would absolutely be cozy maxing. You know, running on a diet of cookies and warm milk and honk shoe, me for absolutely days. Someone.
Oh shit! Hang on, we're losing it. I fucking misclicked. I was giggling too hard.
Able to get on with whatever.
Hang on, I want to go back.
I knew then that he was the true Messiah.
Shut up.
The bastards murdered half of my family. Oh, this wine goes with this dish, but
there
only
we go.
3 minutes past
Skip
midnight
it a little bit ahead.
full moon. Shut the fuck up.
Skip it.
Do you know how we pair drinks with food?
Skip a little bit ahead.
Pint.
Simple as, yeah, okay.
Simple as.
Right.
And it just works. All the
He's
extra
gonna rewatch this bit a bit.
fruity, snooty bullshit just makes me feel sorry for you in a way, because it's such an embarrassing cope from the lesser sons of greater men who fell 571 years ago, whose only desperate claim to relevance now is Papist Disneyland and linguine. You think you're so fucking high and mighty because you can cook the pasta? Fuck off. Richie, can you give me a hand?
What's up, Trudy?
Oh no. I didn't think that through. In 2003, Prince Philip opened the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Nigeria, and he famously told the Nigerian president, "You look like you're ready for bed." To be completely fair, that stuff does look really comfy. If I had that outfit, I would absolutely be cozy maxing. You know, running on a diet of cookies and warm milk and honk shoe, for absolutely days. Someone needs to get that man a little candle on a dish. But anyway, closer to home, Prince Philip rustled some jimmies at a 2009 Buckingham Palace reception, honouring 400 influential British Indians, where he saw one Atul Patel's name badge and said to him, "There are a lot of your family here tonight." I mean, he's kind of correct. But anyway, he also missed a similar memo when meeting with Tory politician Lord John Taylor of Warwick, asking him, "And what exotic part of the world do you come from?" And he responded, "Birmingham." Now, I know that last one sounds a little bit bad or based, depending on who you are, but despite what such interactions may lead you to believe, Prince Philip actually did a really solid job at foreign relations. After all, he was so well respected internationally that he didn't just have a cult of personality, he also had a literal cult. Look, I know that I said that this isn't a Mad Lad video and we weren't going to get too deep in the weeds, but I can't do a video about Prince Philip and not
So he had an actual cult that followed him. Are you kidding me?
talk about...
And they aren't just monarchists, LARPers like Aristocratic Utensil?
the cargo cult. At the start of the 1900s, a couple of villages on the island of Tanna in Vanuatu named Yakel and Yaunanan were visited by some English missionaries. This angered the locals' mountain god, who flew into a rage and sent his son to Britain to put a stop to all of the proselytizing. It is also said that this god's son would find a powerful wife and rule the world. at which point he would promote peace and the ideals of the villagers.
Right.
You can see how the missionaries' teachings of the second coming of Christ sort of bled into the island's culture. But that second coming was to arrive in 1974, when Prince Philip and the Queen visited Vanuatu's capital, Port Vila, aboard the royal yacht Britannia. There, they were greeted by representatives from Tanna who were in their own traditional war canoe. And they all basically went, "Holy shit, it's him." Or,
It's him.
as the quote by one of the paddlers, Chief Jack Niva, actually goes, "I saw him standing on the deck in his white uniform. I knew then that he was the true Messiah." Basically, the locals all saw Prince Philip standing there resplendent in his full navy uniform, and they all started going, "Lisan al-Gaib!" And from that moment, the Prince Philip movement was born. But if Prince Philip is supposed to be one of the islanders, he is very
Yeah.
unmelanated. And before you cry, "Oh my god, Dankula, you can't just ask people why they're white," well, the islanders do actually have an explanation. And no, their mountain god isn't Yakub. You see, Prince Philip actually used to look like all of the islanders. But then he rolled over a coral reef, which, and I shit you not, this is a real fucking quote, shredded off his black skin and left him white. In the early 2000s, the islanders had a really wholesome correspondence with their deity, which started with a request for an official portrait. Prince Philip, duly obliged, and the grateful elders of Tanna sent him a hunting club called a Nal Nal, asking if he could send them a picture of him holding it in return. And of course, Prince Philip was more than happy to do that for them. And the picture does actually go pretty hard. These photos are kept in a shrine in their village, consisting of a Union Jack draped over the framed photos of their Messiah, which are kept as very sacred relics.
Right.
Every evening, the villagers gather to drink kava and pray to Prince Philip, asking for an increase in crop production or sun or rain. And they say that this works.
For the first time in a long time, it's the first cult I've heard that does not have any sex pests. Well, Andrew maybe, if they included him in the cult's writing, but they didn't. They stayed pretty much on point with basic needs and desires, so overall, didn't have a suicide end, so didn't have a mass suicide at the end, so seems like a good win in my books.
Which I believe. Because if Prince Philip is giving the tribe the sun, then that explains why we don't fucking have any. But we got to subject the islanders to our own weather, because in 2007 a delegation of 5 islanders came to Britain for a Channel 4 documentary. They had a grand old time seeing the Big House, or Buckingham Palace as we call it, and visiting Madame Tussauds.
Okay.
Funnily enough, they only gave a shit about one of the waxworks, guess which fucking one, and they spent a whole hour admiring it, hugging it, and holding its hands. But they soon got to see their idol in the flesh, because their trip culminated in a visit to Windsor Castle. Anthropologists knew what Prince Philip was like, and they were really, really worried about the meeting, because one comment could send this entire cult into an existential crisis. But the islanders were ecstatic, with one of them, Jimmy Joseph, saying, "Because we believe that he is the son of our God, meeting him is just wonderful." In 2015, a cyclone hitting the island was interpreted...
You know what? I'm glad they're happy. I really am. It's obscure, it's weird, but you know what? I like that.
...as a sign of Prince Philip's prophesied return. But unfortunately, royal duties precluded him from doing so. However, a gap year student named Mark Rayner was on the island volunteering as a teacher, and to keep the tribe from being disappointed, he went in Philip's stead, even wearing their formal dress, which consisted of a penis sheath called a nambus. Rayner proved to be a great ambassador, saying that, and I quote, They are a wonderful people, and I didn't want them to feel let down. I stepped in to explain that the prince's many responsibilities prevented him from visiting in person, and that he would one day rest in spirit on the island. The island's chief, Siko Nathuan, was more than happy with Philip's substitute, gratefully saying, "The prince was here in spirit. He is shaking the ground. I am so happy." Another cyclone hit the island as Prince Philip retired, which strengthened his divine mandate in the eyes of the islanders, because they believed that it was a sign of either his spiritual or physical return to the island, or his apotheosis. You see, they heard about him living in a palace with an entourage of guards and going around in a car with tinted windows. And this gave him a sense of the taboo in their minds.
Okay.
So, if he's withdrawing
So, like the Ark of the Covenant, where only the highest priest could see him, okay.
from public view even further, well, he just got even more sacred. Over the years, cult membership dwindled from the thousands to a few hundred, but this was still plenty for a big celebration of the Ginger Cuck's shackling in the Longhouse, consisting of a big party and an even bigger feast of pig. Funnily enough, there is a Prince Philip quote from the year 2000 that was also emblematic of the occasion. "People think there's a rigid class system here, but dukes have even been known to marry chorus girls. Some have even married Americans." Just for the record, since it's a big misconception across the pond, we don't hate Meghan Markle because we're racist. We hate her because the last time a royal married an American divorcee, it went very, very badly.
Okay.
Also, she's a bitch. After Prince Philip's passing, the villagers believed that his spirit returned home to them, and the now King Charles was deified in his place. And a coconut shell that he drank kava from whilst being made an honorary chief during his own 2018 visit to the villages was kept as a holy relic. Bringing things back home, Britain was once a titan of industry that has been continually kneecapped by managerial technocrats that sold off all of our manufacturing ability overseas for no reason.
Exactly.
But luckily, our man was on hand
to
help us.
The Britons got that first, but it was the U.S. We got that with the Clintons, right? Is it cheaper in China? Only for like a couple of years. Chinese companies are the ones that still have the cheap labor. Of course, there's that infamous green tax of that one Russian metal supplier who explained you get what you pay for with the Chinese, and they really take that to scheming and like far more than any happy merchant could ever imagine pulling off. They are really pieces of shit. They are nasty bastards. But as for like cheap for Western labor, no, it's not really that much cheaper. In fact, it's pretty much the same price, if not more expensive nowadays. Same with the Indians, too. It's just meant to shaft you.
Half through the decline. While stuck in a lift at Heriot-Watt University in 1958, Philip quipped that this could only happen in a technical college. 3 years later, he told the Industrial Co-Partnership Association on Britain's inefficient industries, "Gentlemen, I think it's time we pulled our fingers out." And after we didn't pull our fingers out and unemployment spiked during the 1981 recession, he observed that everybody was saying we must have more leisure. Now they are complaining that they're unemployed. In 1999, Prince Philip was shown a fuse box at an electronics factory in Edinburgh, and he said that it looks as if it was put in by an Indian. There were very many "fuck you bloody fucks" squawked all over the place, especially at the local call centres, and the sheer amount of coping and seething from Indians was very surprising, because I thought they were all very, very busy becoming a global superpower by 2020. But anyway, Buckingham Palace issued an apology in corporate newspeak, but Prince Philip himself went, "Don't worry, I've got this," and he clarified, "I meant to say cowboys. I got my cowboys and Indians mixed up." Superb PR. Speaking of great PR, at the 2002 opening of City Hall in London, Prince Philip observed that, of course, the problem with London is the tourists. They cause the congestion. They block the streets. If we could just stop tourism, we could stop the congestion. That's one very long fucking holiday that all of these tourists are on. Surely 22 years is...
And an all sweet paid for holiday too. On my fucking tax dollars. On the one that I fucking go into the system for. I'm owed about $15,000 a year by the fucking government for. Isn't this just fun?
long enough to have seen all of London. Can they all go home now? I've actually run out of contrived segues to frame these next few quotes, so fuck it, I'm just going to call this section Miscellaneous Musings and Observations. And to make up for such an embarrassing lack of narrative framing and cohesion, let's start with a fun exercise. You've all gotten to know Prince Philip a little bit by now, so how about a little test of what you've learned so far? I'm going to make this next one multiple choice, so here is a quote. People usually say that after a fire, it is the water damage that is the worst. We are still drying out Windsor Castle. So, who did Prince Philip say this to? Was it A, representatives of an insurance company? B, a local fire brigade? C, workers at Thames Water? Or D, a parish council after a fireworks show that went awry? I'll give you a little moment to mull it over. Place bet.
That's the parish council.
Banzai, got your answer locked in? Good. If you answered at all, you're fucking wrong, and you haven't been paying enough attention, because all of those answers make some kind of sense.
Right.
So, it was clearly none of them. Prince Philip actually said this to the survivors of the Lockerbie bombing in 1993.
No fucking way.
He said this to the survivors of the Lockerbie bombing. There is a time and a place, Philip. 3 years later,
bastard.
Prince Philip had something to say in the aftermath of another tragedy in Scotland, the Dunblane school shooting, on which he said, if a cricketer, for instance, suddenly decided to go into a school and batter a lot of people to death with a cricket bat, which he could do very easily, I mean, are you going to ban cricket bats?
He's got a good point.
This comment drew a lot of controversy for not only the obvious points of poor taste, but also as to whether or not this was a political comment and therefore a breach of protocol. For those that aren't from the UK and probably don't know, the royal family are not allowed to engage in any kind of politics whatsoever. The comment might have been a little bit insensitive, sure, but you cannot deny that while Prince Philip may have been a little bit out of line, he's right.
He's got a point.
Sorry, not sorry. Also, while he was staying in Scotland, Philip asked a Scottish driving instructor, how do you keep the natives off the booze long enough to pass the test?
When my wife tells me that I can't drive because I'm drunk, I have to drive and I'm literally crying constantly.
Other somewhat out of...
You know what's scary? I found out that, like, for the longest... that's too personal information. I'm not going to put that out there.
Pocket comments came when Prince Philip opened a school in the year 2000, and he said, fuck them kids. Or what he actually said was, you send children to school to get them out of your hair. Then they come back and make life difficult for parents. That is why holidays are set, so that they are just about the limit of your endurance. A year later, he also told a 13-year-old boy who wanted to go into space, "You're too fat to be an astronaut."
What the fuck, Philip? You're too fast. Oh fuck. We had a good era back then, didn't we? Now it's me and like 5 other dudes who are carrying the society's weight of shaming fatties. At least it's probably got him to fucking lift some weights.
Oh, you want to be a spaceman? Well, there's not enough fuel in the world for that, fat boy. Going to take a hell of a lot of thrust to get you to escape Earth's gravitational pull. You've got a gravitational pull your own, fatty, little fatty chubby boy. I'm sorry. That probably destroyed that boy's life. That fucking comment. Why not? Even though this is the year 2000, how old's that boy now? Like the guy's in his 30s, I guarantee he's not an astronaut. He's probably still fat. But anyway, he also told a fashion designer that you didn't design your beard too well, did you?
Oh, that's a good double entendre.
Now this sounds bad, but I actually admire Prince Philip's restraint. I must admit that if I met a male fashion designer, I would have made a very different comment about beards. To be fair, Prince Philip didn't just get his kicks from bullying the pros. He also had it out for celebrities from time to time. After Tom Jones performed at the 1969 Royal Variety, Prince Philip asked him, "What do you gargle with?"
Oh, dude. I'm gonna say Tom Jones is a little bit overrated, but I can't deny, like, yeah, it's not unusual, it's pretty good, but I'm gonna say when they got him to do Emperor's New Groove, that for the soundtrack for Emperor's New Groove, that was pretty good. I'm gonna say he carries his vocals for that one.
Pebbles. And when responding to a comment about how difficult it is to get rich in Britain, Prince Philip recalled the performance again by pointing out, "What about Tom Jones? He's made $1 million and he's a bloody awful singer." Prince Philip didn't seem to have the best luck with lineups at the Royal Variety because in 2001, Elton John was performing, which was bemoaned with, "I wish he'd turn the microphone off." But in the interest of being a good sport, Prince Philip also talked shit to Elton John's face. After learning that the Rocket Man had sold his gold Aston Martin,
Yeah, that
Philip
too. Elton
said,
John.
"Oh,
I will admit, it's a very controversial opinion. I feel like Elton John's overrated heavily. Can I deny he's got some catchy tunes? Yes. Do I like them? Not really. Not my thing. Maybe it's just me. He's not really my thing. But you know what? If you like the Rocket Man, that's your thing.
oh, it's you that owns that ghastly car. We often see it when driving to Windsor Castle." Prince Philip's irreverent streak is obvious, and it was such a big part of his persona that he even had a tendency to be rather unserious about himself. After all, he was just a bloody amoeba compared to the Queen. For instance, he told Jeremy Paxman that any bloody fool can lay a wreath at the thingamy. And during a 1969 visit to Canada, the thingamy was consecrated, as he said, "I declared this thing open."
Okay, here's another one, Derek. I'm still standing. I'm still standing, better than I've ever been. Looking like a true survivor. Looking like a little kid. Yeah, no, there's that, and there's also Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting, and then there's a few others. It's just Elton's just, I don't know. He's not really my thing. I don't really care. I don't really my musician, personally.
Whatever it is. During a subsequent visit in 1976, Prince Philip also said, "We don't come here for our health. We can think of other ways of enjoying ourselves." I don't think anyone goes to Canada for their health anymore.
No. Did you also hear by like 2040 they're gonna aim for like 14 million on the MAID program to be killed by then, and they're also now invoking it for children as young as like 2 or 3 to be paid to put on the MAID program. And they're also going to be expecting to save about $4 trillion because, we were actually in the positive of our GDP and our national debt underneath Harper, but when Trudeau came into power, we completely went nosediving because, of course, that's how everything was set up to be. And now you got the clown that is Carney in charge, and we're going to fucking die. Essentially, they're also tracking whether or not you've been in the system for any form of mental illness, including depression, including taking antidepressants. So I expect a couple of envelopes coming my way saying, "Have you considered killing yourself today?"
It's quite the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
In a similar case of giving zero fucks, when Her Majesty opened an £18 million British embassy in Berlin, Prince Philip commented that it's a vast waste of space. On another very important royal matter, he's also quoted as having said, "Don't ask me to explain why it is that the Queen has an official birthday in June when her proper birthday's in April. You'll just have to accept it." We all like to make our work that little bit more fun in our own small
For his maid story, I was a vet put on suicide watch and was allowed on the maid list by the same hospital. Why? I'm more confused with the dual treatment. Well, think about it this way. One, people hate the Callegary plot, the Great Replacement, whatever you want to fucking call it. I don't care how many people want to sugarcoat around it. It's honest to God truth. Why do you served your purpose? You built up a whole, civilizations and advanced societies. Now you need to go out. You need to go out of the way. Oh, you need to get out of the way. You did all this work for us. Yeah, it's that type of thing. To say it's one group, though, no, it's a multiple globalist scale thing, but primarily too as well. It's to also just completely cut money because, of course, socialist healthcare does not fucking work. Now we have you combine that with intersectional communism, and then combine that with some globalist incentives, and then racial incentives, and well, you get where we are now, right? And unfortunately, if you hear all about the maid stories, you're going to notice a very common thing with it. There's going to be a very lack of melanin in the people that are going to be trying to push maid upon. I say it. That's why I've stopped taking antidepressants too, because I'm just I fucking don't want to deal with it anymore. I don't want to deal having to get envelopes and mail from the government saying you need to fucking kill yourself. It's I just want to eat some red meat, have a career, and just, I don't know, the basics of life. Basic things I want to have in life. Carry on my lineage, have a loving wife, that's it, right? But, That's a luxury, I guess.
And when your job is meeting people, well, you're going to fuck with them, aren't you? It seems that Prince Philip was surprisingly grounded despite the high places that he always inhabited, which manifested in a rather surprising complaint about the quality of food at Buckingham Palace, saying, "I never see any home cooking, all I get is fancy stuff." I know that this could sound a little bit, woe's me, my food is far too good.
I'm going to say this too. Yes, we can talk about all the grand, the people who eat nothing but takeout, that are on Caleb Hammer's podcast, and they got EBT, or they're slapping it, or the EBT freakouts, and they're eating nothing but pre-cooked foods and expensive shit. And you had the door dashing and Uber Eats, $100 worth of Shake Shack, and it's no tip and shit. That type of person. How should I put this? I couldn't stand eating takeout constantly. There's something about either A, cooking for yourself, or B, like, honest to God, I go over to my grandma sometime just to visit them. It's getting a bit harder, but just to sit with them and talk with them and have her home cooked meals. Or my mom, when she actually makes a home cooked meal, she does. She's just doesn't do it as often anymore, despite being retired. It's just kind of like, I'm not expecting of it. It's just like I want to go see her and just kind of like, when she does it actually frequently enough. I shouldn't be saying anything like this. It's just kind of like, it's something that some people might take for granted. I don't, because I recognize that eating nothing but takeout or just like cooking for yourself or like instant food, that's what a lot of people go through. And it's like having food made with love, like someone that you know and love, and that they made the food for you. Because like you come home, you're tired, and it's there, and it's just kind of like, you know, I should go get some flowers for you because thank you. I'm sorry, getting a little sentimental, but like, they're both like the family's still alive. It's just kind of like, it kind of dawns on you, because even with everything going on, the haze of the world, it's like some simple things like that I do want to sit back and appreciate, and tell them I appreciate it. But I just deal with too many mood swings and too much anger that sometimes I forget the simple things in life.
It does raise an interesting point about having sacrificed the chance to have a normal life. It's probably a bit cringe for me to say this, about me, Mr. Niche Internet micro-celebrity, but I do relate to that a little bit, because being in the spotlight, it's nowhere near as fun as you think it is. Some people are absolutely desperate for it, but see if I could go back to being a complete nobody but still make the same amount of money that I'm making right now, I would do it in a second. I would do it in a second, seriously. So I do dread to imagine what it
chili
must
noodles
have
with
been
shrimp,
like
yeah,
for
well,
Prince Philip.
that's the thing, Garrick. I don't really like cheese in terms of like being the forte of the meal. So a lot of meals with like cheese is like the heavy focus. I don't really tend to like.
But on that note, Prince Philip also had something interesting to say when recounting his own school days. I was not the least aware I was any different from any of the others. It's true, I had this title of Prince, but it's surprising how you can live it down. My favourite subject at school was avoiding unnecessary work. And despite his clear dedication to service, the work certainly grated on him, as all the best jobs tend to do at some point. Such may be the case with the most iconic Prince Philip moment that all of you probably know.
Oh, you put the cheese shred on top. It counters the acid of the chili, but I understand, yeah. No, it's still the cheese just wouldn't be anything in my interest. I'd rather have the chili noodles.
RAF Club commemorating the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Britain. The photographer wouldn't stop faffing around, and Prince Philip got a little bit impatient.
Oh boy.
But despite that irreverence and relative groundedness,
my veteran uncles were like that. Oh, I fucking love them. They're so good. Okay, honey, we're gonna the old lady that wants to we made the perfect photo. Everyone's sitting here. I was like, hurry the fuck up. I'm not getting any older. I'm not getting any more. My foot's not going deeper in the grave. Come on. I love them.
Prince Philip still had a sense of his own worth as the Queen's consort. Enough to call a car park attendant who didn't recognise him a bloody silly fool in 1997. Also, when a BBC newsreader, Michael Burke, confirmed to the Prince that he knew what the Duke of Edinburgh scheme was, the eponymous Duke said, "Well, that's more than you know about anything else then." But despite this apparent show of ego, which is warranted because fuck journalists, he proved himself to be rather humble about his passion project, saying, "Legacy, no, it's got nothing to do with me."
Me too. I was like that even in my teens. I was very much arrogant enough to say, get a fucking move on. Oh, we need you here. We're gonna shuffle around. Oh, the perfect photo's gonna be like. I'm like, I remember it was like a some stupid shit for like a track photo I was in. I think the only track photo I was ever in for like the yearbook. I'm like, we know I'm the fucking tallest one here. Just put me in the back row and let's get a roll on with this, right?
For people to use. I couldn't care less. It's relevant too because it's part of the process of growing up. And it's good that legacy is coming up now because with age comes a tendency towards reflection. And when asked how he felt about his life in 1992, Prince Philip simply said, "I'd much rather have stayed in the Navy, frankly." Summing up his career, he also said, "I've just done what I think is my best. Some people think it's alright, some don't. What can you do? I can't suddenly change my whole way of doing things. I can't change my interests and the way in which I react to things. It's part of my style. It's just too bad they'll have to lump it." But this wasn't much of an epiphany because Prince Philip was always this self-aware. Even back in 1968, he was admitting that, "As so often happens, I discover that it would have been better to keep my mouth shut." And telling industrial workers, "I have never been noticeably reticent about talking on subjects about which I know nothing." There's actually a term for this, by the way. Prince Philip declared himself as an expert in what he called dontopedology, which he described as the science of opening your mouth and putting your foot in it. But regardless of any perceived faults, he kept at it in the role ordained for him until he decided to step back from his duties in 2011 around his 90th birthday, saying that it's better to get out before you reach your sell-by date. "I reckon I've done my bit so I can enjoy myself. Less responsibility, less frantic rushing about, less trying to think of something to say. I'm just sort of winding down." In the end, Prince Philip retired in 2017 after 70 years of dropping absolute bangers. However, he still had a couple left in the tank.
Of course.
While contemplating his mortality, the staunch environmentalist mused that, "In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus to contribute something to solving overpopulation."
Okay. This is where I said I don't like the royals because they're so globalist. It's like that one. It's like your grandfather or uncle is like got into their senile age and they just kind of like become so impressionable by shit around them and then just lose their actual character and self.
Which turned out to be surprisingly prophetic considering the fact that there was a devastating pandemic of hypochondria that occurred at the end of his life. Also, what a very interesting thing for a man from a family very closely linked to the WEF to say.
Oh.
How odd. Also, on the 9th of April 2021, Philip was on the phone with the then Prince Charles about plans for his 100th birthday, which was just a couple of months away. As many people are as they get older, Prince Philip didn't seem too fussed about the occasion, which prompted Charles to insist that, and I quote, "We're talking about your birthday, and whether there's going to be a reception." And not at all to Charles's surprise, Philip came back with, "Well, I've got to be alive for it, haven't I?" And to show just how committed he was to the bit, Prince Philip died just hours later.
Attaboy! Attaboy!
And as far as we know, those were his last words. Messing with his son. A troll to the very end. Press F, boys. The man died a legend. Prince Philip left behind a very colourful reputation with plenty of controversy. Because you're not based if you haven't upset a bunch of journalists and academics. He mined so much salt over the years as journos and academics coped and seethed about my racism and my bigotry. You know the drill. Kahindi Andrews, a professor of black studies at Birmingham City University, said he was a throwback to old school racism. Painting him as a benign, cuddly uncle of the nation is simply untrue. Birmingham. Black studies. Opinion discarded. After Prince Philip passed, some Amerimark named Frederick Joseph said, many of the same people who were having conversations about Prince Philip's history of racism and colonialism are now saying we should also mourn him. Look, we've already settled the right of Americans to have opinions on how we do things, but cope and seed yank. Also, Prince Philip asked a group of East...
Yep. I'm not gonna be the guy to hold over the Yanks' head. I mean, fuck, I love Americans more than I love my own country, but like, there's a reason why the White House is white, because we fucking rebuilt it and painted for you guys. Sorry. It's kind of funny how it is. We had our spat and we're like, hey, let's just make up and we'll rebuild the home.
End women, who do you sponge off? And Owen Jones was... well, Owen Jones about it.
Oh,
but how can you say such slanderous things about Prince Philip when he was actually the first ever woke progressive royal? All the way back in 1984, he accepted a gift from a woman in Kenya and was gracious enough to double-check her pronouns. Yes, Prince Philip was such an ally to the LGBT people because he asked her, "You are a woman, aren't you?" He was also an ally to the disabled, refusing to condescend and treat them as fragile. And instead, he interacted with them in the same way that he did with everyone else. For instance, while talking to some deaf people in Cardiff, their school's steel band was nearby, which prompted him to quip, "Deaf, if you're near there, no wonder you're deaf." In 2002, he also said to a blind woman, "Do you know that they're now producing eating dogs for anorexics?" I'm not sure if she saw the funny side. One of the most controversial incidents with Prince Philip was a meeting with a 15-year-old blind boy named Stephen Menery. This was during 2002's Golden Jubilee celebrations. The Queen asked if the child had much of their sight left, and Prince Philip said, "Not a lot, judging by the tie he's wearing."
Oh. Holy shit, you fuck. Holy shit. You know, I have rules where I don't fucking cross lines. If someone's disabled or crippled, I'm not gonna point that one out. Like, I'll go for every other blow unless they make it like the final Hail Mary, but like, that was off the cuff. Oh my god.
This comment kinda sucked all of the oxygen out the room because even despite his reputation, Stephen's mother and the rest of the family were shocked, with the former even being quoted as saying, "The Queen just looked at him open-mouthed." I don't think she could believe what he had just said. However, the lingering question of why the fuck would you say that to a blind child seemed to get an answer 8 years later. Stephen had developed a theory that's rather interesting and actually really quite wholesome, saying, "I know he has a reputation for making seemingly offensive remarks, but I don't think there's any malice in what he says. He meets people that are often very nervous about meeting him and other members of the royal family. And I think he just tries to put people at ease by trying to make a joke."
Honestly, the lad can read it. I get on him.
I certainly didn't take any offence. I'm honestly inclined to believe this because presumably in the same spirit, Prince Philip even said to Malala, the girl famous for delivering a platinum chip to a Pakistani school, that children go to school because their parents don't want them in the house. And he got a few giggles out of her.
Aww.
For all the pomp and...
Aww. Like, I know, I learned enough about Malala back when. Aww.
circumstance, stiff upper lip and high profile of Prince Philip's existence, he was surprisingly down to earth. which I think served as a good contrast to the impenetrable divine image that royals must project by design, while still exemplifying the sense of duty and service that we should all strive towards. If the monarch is the embodiment of a nation, Prince Philip may have just been the voice of her people, even saying what we were all thinking about taxis in 1963. All money nowadays seems to be produced with a natural homing instinct for the treasury. That is absolutely true.
Malala, who was Malala? So Malala was the, I suppose she was alongside with Iqbal, but those were, I believe, Pakistani and Afghani school children, or kids/teenagers, that fought for the protection of children in the Middle East. Malala's case, it was like girls go to school, protect girls going to school in the Middle East, and yes, that is a good thing to say about. She didn't do anything like, she wasn't like a Greta Thunberg. It's just some people got so uppity, like so ingrained in it that it unfortunately lost a lot of relevance because a lot of people grifted around her, and now feminists cheer from Sharia law. But the other thing but Iqbal was the boy that was the one that she worked with, tried to help. Was the boy that would be killed, but he was the one who was trying to stop child labor in the Middle East. He was a child laborer who escaped slavery. It was debt slavery, and he would later be gunned down for it. And I learned about them in elementary school, if I remember correctly.
And it's only gotten a lot worse since then.
Yeah.
And before you Republichuds get fucking antsy in the comments, no, the royal family does not sponge off of taxes. In fact, they don't just pay taxes, the Crown's entire income is forfeit to the Treasury in exchange for an allowance, because George III was a fucking idiot and so deep in debt that he had to make that deal with the government to avoid defaulting. If Republicans got what they wanted, all that would happen is that the royals would keep their estate, move it to the Cayman Islands, become some of the most privately wealthy people in the world, and stop funding the bottom feeders' monthly tugboats. Sing God Save the King like the rest of us, or get a fucking job. Prince Philip was by no means a bumbling racist granddad like some people want you to believe. The man was just really funny. And clearly extremely sharp-witted. In fact, he was so good at what he did that it prompted a rare comment from David Cameron that wasn't about gay marriage. He said, "Humour is a great part of British life, and we thank the Duke for his unique contribution." I really resent the media's habit of calling the veritable goldmine of Philipisms gaffes, because that does the Prince very little credit. Sure, some of them would have been gaffes. I mean, you can't do 22,000 engagements without misspeaking from time to time, but the man clearly knew what he was doing. And I have an undying respect for his legendary run as one of the greatest shitposters of all time. And with that said, I'll let the Metro play us out with a montage of Prince Philip at the top of his game, just being a bit of a troll. Thank you for your service. And thanks for all the laughs.
Here we go.
Where'd you come from? Philippines. Philippines must be half empty.
Hopeful.
Thanks very much for your welcome and for those two things. Come up, you stupid tree huggers. Bunny hugger. World's most experienced placard man. World's greatest expert in placard man. I've been here before and opened practically every other building. And if you go on doing this, you're going to have to change the name of the college.
Very private of public couples. Quite a romantic gesture.
Finish? Let each member of the family get on with whatever lunacy they feel like indulging in.
I just said that I worked in a club, and then he asked, "Oh, what?"
What did you say to that?
Obviously, I said no. And then he said, "Oh, it's a bit too cold today anyway."
The cleaners are going to come in here like, why is our Hoover full of spaghetti? Oh shit, did it go that far?
Yeah.
It goes all the way to your chair.
Nice one, Doofus. Hope it was worth it.
You're a fucking moron.
It was funny at the time, but literally as soon as it went airborne, I went, oh yeah, that's going to go everywhere.
Oh my god. Alright, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, Count Ankle. That was the things Prince Philip actually said. Check out the original video and link in the description. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I have to go to work tomorrow.
She'll only come out at night, bleeding hungry time. Nothing is new, I've seen her here before. Watching, waiting, wishes in the night. I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless? How could you be so cold as the winter wind when it breathes, yo? Just remember that you're talking to me, though. You need to watch the way you're talking to me, though. I mean, after all the things that we've been through, I mean, after all the things we got into. Hey, yo, I know it's some things that you ain't told me. Hey, yo, I did some things, but that's the old me. And now you wanna get me back and you gon' show me. So you walk around like you don't know me. You got a new friend, well, I got homies, but in the end, it's still so lonely. In the night, I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless? How could you be so Dr. Evil? You're bringing out a side of me that I don't know. I decided we weren't gonna speak, so why we up 3 a.m. on the phone? Why does she be so mad at me for? Homie, I don't know, she's hot and cold. I won't stop, won't mess my groove up, cause I already know how this thing goes. You run and tell your friends that you're leaving me. They say that they don't see what you see in me. You wait a couple months, then you gon' see. You'll never find nobody better than me. In the night, I hear him talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless? Talking, 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 talk. Baby, let's just knock it off. They don't know what we've been through. They don't know about me and you. So I got something new to see. And you just gon' keep hating me. And we just gon' be enemies. I know you can't believe I could just leave it all. And you can't make it right. I'm gon' take off tonight. Into the night, I hear them talk, the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless? Nigga, that's when I gave my cousin